right, peoples. I am just getting myself situated here. If you will forgive me. All right. All right. So what's up, peoples? Just waiting for a few people to come into the room. Do some wrestling talk and some other stuff. I'm a little bit early. Last time I had a little bit of a hard time getting the live stream started, so I thought I would sign on a little bit early just to make sure that I was on time. But yeah, that's about it. I just finished watching SmackDown. Hello, Dreams Place. Nice to meet you. How are you? Are you a wrestling fan or just checking it out? I am obviously a wrestling fan. Hey, Johnny Five, how are you? Thanks for coming. Johnny Five, did you watch SmackDown? Nice, Dreams Place. Well, welcome to the channel. Don't know if you got a chance to. Hello, Raven the Blackbird. How are you? Don't know if you got a chance to check out some of my videos, but I'm always changing things, trying to make them better. But I'm a huge wrestling fan. Love talking about it. So I worked yesterday, so I just got done watching SmackDown. Oh, yeah, it's snowing here too. We had a bad ice storm yesterday around here, and a lot of people lost power because of it. As a matter of fact, I just finished watching it. Thank you, Dreams Place. I remember WCW too, Raven. I used to watch Raw, and then I would watch the replay of the Monday Nitro. Thank you, Johnny Five. I appreciate you checking in. But Dreams Place, that's one of the reasons why I started doing it was because some of my husband is Jimmy C and Friends. And every time I went on one of his live feeds, me and some of his friends would start talking about wrestling. And we would pretty much take over the whole stream. And finally they started saying I should do it. And I was like, but there's a million of them out there. And they were like, but there's no chicks that do it. It would be cool to have a chick that did it. So here I am. I appreciate you checking me out. Hello, South Carolina born. How are you? Yes, AWA was better than WCW. I like all the old school ones myself. Excuse me. So I was just saying that I just got done watching SmackDown. SmackDown, because we had a bad ice storm here yesterday, and a lot of people lost power. And I had to work, so that kind of put a damper on things. But I watched it, and I thought, if nobody's watched it, then I won't talk about it. But if people have watched it, then maybe we can discuss it. I know Joseph Grohl and I had some bets going on, and we both lost. That's so cool, Dreams Place. He wanted to come out and watch it with you. Sure, Raven, come on up. I am good, South Carolina born. Today was my last day of work. I have surgery on Tuesday on my knee. Hence, I will be out of work. There is the link, Raven, and anyone else who would like to pop on up. That's cool, Dreams Place. That's what I was going to say. Hello. I don't think your audio is working. Yeah, we can't hear you at all, or at least I can't. But South Carolina boy Joseph Grohl and I had a bet. Let's see. On who Goldberg was going to be calling out on SmackDown. I thought he was going to call out either Matt Riddle or The Undertaker. Joseph Grohl thought he was going to call out Roman Reigns. Nice. I have the network myself, and that's how I watch a lot of my wrestling, especially like the pay-per-views, things like that. I'll usually watch it on the network. It's easier, and you can watch it anytime without having to pay the $50. I was going to say, anybody that doesn't have the network, I got this cereal at the supermarket the other day, and apparently, if you buy this or honeycombs, 3 boxes, you can get 3 months of the network free. So I thought that was kind of cool. I just got it at Market Basket. It was right in the cereal aisle. So anybody that does not have the network and is interested in it but doesn't want to pay for it right away, wants to kind of try it out a little bit, I think $10 is pretty good. I know. I know, South Carolina. I myself was completely shocked when he called out the Fiend. I was not seeing that coming. Like I said, I thought for sure he was going to call out Matt Riddle from NXT or The Undertaker. Matt Riddle, because Matt Riddle has called him out on Twitter a few times, and then The Undertaker, because he lost to The Undertaker last year at Crown Jewel. So I thought he was going to call out one of them. And nope, he shocked the shit out of me when he talked about the Fiend. But like I SmackDown was all right tonight or Friday night. The Fatal 4-Way with the women was pretty good, other than Bailey getting involved. But yeah, the Goldberg thing definitely was a shocker to me. Was not seeing that coming. So Dreams Place, where are you from? Do you still currently watch wrestling, or are you one of the people that just used to watch wrestling? Because there's a lot of people that are just old wrestling fans that don't watch it anymore. Very nice, very nice. How's the weather there? I know it's usually colder and a lot snowier there than it is here around this time of year. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, here too. It was actually, I don't know if it still is snowing, but it was snowing. And then, like I said, we got a pretty bad ice storm yesterday where I think like half our town lost power. And then today the sun was out, and then all of a sudden it got gray and started snowing. That's what I say. I say I'll never stop watching it. I enjoy it too much. I don't care if it's fake or whatever. I still enjoy the entertainment. Drives my husband Jimmy crazy sometimes, but he usually leaves me be when I'm watching it. That's all right. You don't have to come up. I'm just throwing it up there in case someone does want to come up. You certainly don't have to. I think I know you, gamer. You think you know me. South Carolina, did you get your microphone figured out? I don't know if it was the app maybe or gamer, how are you? Nice. So what was the 100 celebration for? Don't mind me, I'm just picking something up. Nice. Very nice. Yes, that is a. They say the first 100 is the hardest. And once you pass that, they say it kind of moves on quick. I almost forgot we were on YouTube. The subs thing never came to mind. I don't know why. But yes, I was very excited when I reached my first 100. I'm at like 130 now. So, but the more I do and the more live streams, that's all I can suggest is live streams. My sub numbers have gone up regularly since I go on my husband's subs or my husband's live streams or some of my subs that do live streams. I'll pop in there and people shouting my channel out that like it. They'll shout it out on their live streams or other wrestling page live streams. But I will be sure to check your page out, watch a few videos. Try again.
Hello.
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 How are you?
All right. I was like, don't whatever you do, don't in the stream.
Nope. Wasn't gonna end it.
Oh, okay, that's good. No, yeah, that whole Goldberg thing was a real shocker. That was a.
Yeah, it was. Yes, it
I,
was.
huh.
I was not expecting him to call out the Fiend. Not at
No, neither
all.
was I.
And even Joseph Grohl was wrong. Because
Wow.
Joseph Grohl said that he was going to call out Roman Reigns.
And Joseph is usually never wrong, so.
Right. I was like, why would he call out Roman Reigns? And he's like, I don't know, just because they're pushing him right now. And
Hmm.
I was like, okay, it's a possibility.
I would have thought more Seth Rollins than anything, but okay.
Right. But yeah, I was not expecting the Fiend at all.
No, not at all. Um, the other shocker was uh, Braun Strowman getting the Intercontinental title
Last week, yep.
from Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yes. Yes, that was. I mean, I knew that he would win, but I figured Sami Zayn would somehow get involved and prevent Braun Strowman from winning.
Sami Zayn is always getting involved.
Yeah, he is.
When isn't he involved?
Exactly. And I thought for sure that they were gonna make Braun Strowman lose by like disqualification, or not
Yeah.
lose, but win by disqualification, where he doesn't win the belt.
Yeah, yeah. And then you mentioned Bailey. I thought I thought Carmella winning that that 4-way women's match was pretty cool.
Yeah, I fully expected what's her face to win.
Alexa Bliss,
Either her or
Dana
Naomi.
Oh, Naomi. Oh yeah, that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know, it was a toss up between Naomi and Carmella for me.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
I wasn't really for Alexa or Dana.
Yep.
It just so, but yeah.
Dreams. I am very excited about John Morrison coming back. I'm excited about him and The Miz tag teaming together again. I think they need more tag team wrestlers.
Yeah, I think so too. And the return, and since the return of Edge, you know Christian's going to be back.
Right, and that's the rumor mill now is Christian's going to come back to get revenge on Randy Orton for the attack on Edge.
And if we can get the Hardy Boys to come back, oh my gosh, you talk about some old good rivalries. Holy
yeah,
smokes.
they had some of the best matches.
Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. Oh yeah.
Hardy Boys.
Hello, how you doing, Raven?
I'm doing okay.
So
not a great gamer, yes. Kevin Nash was awesome.
Kevin Nash was good. I liked him as Mr. Diesel better.
Kevin Nash was Diesel.
Yeah.
He started with a group called the NWO and WCW.
Yeah, I remember that.
A lot of people think that didn't the Attitude Era started with DX. No, it started with the NWO because it was the NWO that was trying to take over WCW.
I remember that. Yeah. Because Sting was part of that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He first he wasn't, but.
Oh, okay.
At first, when they started, it just started growing after a while, and then people started thinking that there's more members of this NWO, and it also reminds me of Impact Wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Has anybody ever watched Impact Wrestling?
I did back in the day. I
do every once in a while.
Now.
I mean, it's on a channel that I hardly ever know that and
Access.
Yeah. And they don't even announce a lot of matches for it or commercials for it. So it's like
it's kind of gotten ridiculous. I mean, because when I remember Hulk Hogan and all these other stars were on Impact as well, all of a sudden I started hearing about this Aces and Eights group.
Oh yeah, that was kind of a stupid thing they did.
Dead Man's Hand is what they call it.
Dreams Place says she's got to admit she's got it bad for Edge.
Oh, so do I, Dreams. So do I. I was so excited when the rumor went out that he was coming back.
That actually was cool as hell. I liked that.
And then when he actually did, because I was like, he's not going to come back. He's got a neck injury. He's never coming back. Mm-hmm. I had no clue he had a second surgery.
Well, I kind of had a feeling he was, considering that Daniel Bryan pretty much ended up having the same injury and came back.
Right.
And I thought, well, if Daniel Bryan can do it, so could Edge.
Yep.
So Edge is up in the ages like mine.
So,
yeah, he's like 45. I think he said, or 46.
Yeah, something 46. Like that. Yeah, he's up there.
Because he's still one of the most popular wrestlers. Like one of my favorite female wrestlers is Alexa Bliss. You know who Alexa is?
Yep.
Yep. I like her.
We're actually just talking about her. She was in a match on SmackDown tonight.
I like her little sidekick. She's kind of cute.
Oh my God, she cracks me up.
Nikki
Nikki.
Cross.
Nikki cracks
Cross.
me up
Yeah,
so bad.
Nikki is hilarious. Man.
Dreams. I'm also like that with The Undertaker. I go crazy whenever The Undertaker's music hits. And I don't know why. I know he'll come around once or twice a year, but
Bong.
exactly.
He's
Bong.
still one of the most very interesting wrestlers.
And I'm glad
Yeah.
he's actually still wrestling because it would be sad without him.
Yeah. It's funny because I watched
He's about believe it or not, he's about my age.
I did hear rumors that Stone Cold might be coming back though.
Yeah, the only thing with that is Stone Cold has said that he's not interested in coming back. I mean, I know
Really?
they say that.
Do you
Yeah,
guys-
he's
do
said
you
it
guys-
multiple times.
Do you guys believe me that I've been talking to Alexa Bliss?
Maybe.
Sure, why not?
Very
Hello.
nice.
Nice. Cool. Believe me, I wish I could talk to Alexa Bliss.
Thank you, Mama Q.
I'll
Welcome.
tell you this.
Hey, Doris, I'll be right back.
I talked to a lot of stars. I talked to even Charlotte Flair.
Nice.
I actually met them. I just started talking to them Instagram, and they were starting to reach out fans, and they're really are the most popular wrestlers now.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, the other wrestlers I can't remember is the from the Attitude Era, is the what is it? DX.
Yes. Yeah, DX was a good group. I liked some of the stuff they did about the breaking the rules and doing everything they could to piss off Vince McMahon.
Did you know when they painted the plane that
Yep, I saw that episode.
that paint came off fairly quickly because it's not permanent paint,
Right, I bet it wasn't.
because it would have ruined the plane.
Yep. Yes,
But
sir.
and it's true, and it is true that Triple H, his real name is Paul, but I can't think of his last name. But
Levesque.
he's actually married to Vince's daughter.
Yep. Yep, he is. They have 3 kids, I think.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't know how you guys feel about the AEW.
I watch it. I'm not completely sold on it yet. That's why I haven't done any videos on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do watch it. I think once they mature a little bit, maybe I will do some videos on it.
Well, a lot of people are saying it's supposed to be the end of the WWE, but I don't think the WWE is going anywhere.
No.
Because there's still some of these stars that are starting to break out, and one of my other favorite stars, and they said that he's been doing films, which right now he's going to have a new film come. He's going to be with the Fast and Furious.
Who's this?
John Cena.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
And he's playing the guy's brother in that film.
Very nice.
That is nice.
Dreams, yes.
Hold up, let me turn off my TV.
I would be jealous too. If I got to see her make Batista's gear.
Right.
I always liked Batista back in the day.
Batista
was awesome back in the day.
Yeah, he's
except
right
for
now,
when he was.
Right now he's like he has been having problems too.
Yeah.
I mean, up until he was with Evolution, he was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, once they formed Evolution. No.
Well, Evolution was pretty good in a way.
I think what killed Batista is when he did that stupid skit with Devon. When he
Right?
was Devon, like Devon was the priest and he was his bodyguard.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh man. So what did you think about Santino Marella dressing up as a girl at
Oh my god.
Royal
I
Rumble?
thought it was funny because he did that a lot when he was wrestling.
I was like, what in the world?
Like he actually won the women's title as Antonia or
Yeah,
Antonio.
Antonia.
Antonia,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
thought it
man.
was
See-
funny that they had him go in when Beth Phoenix was the only one standing
Right?
because
I-
they had a little storyline when he was wrestling.
That was great. Yeah. The way she looked at it was like, huh?
Exactly. She was like, really? But one thing I didn't get was they said something about Naomi. And I don't remember Naomi doing anything with Santino.
Neither did I.
No,
I don't remember
I
that.
didn't understand that because they were like, oh, Naomi don't know what to do either now that Santino's come out. And I'm like, I don't remember. She wasn't even
No.
around then.
No, I don't think she was either.
Naomi wasn't either.
No,
Right.
she
At
was.
all.
And that's
she
why
wasn't
I
here
didn't
till-
get that.
She wasn't there. She wasn't in WWE until like
Right.
I don't know, 2016 or 17 or something
Yeah.
like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, she was a funkaduncal, she was one of the
Well,
Funkasaurus's dancers.
Well,
Try
you know,
saying that 3 times fast.
She was one of the people that literally was with the Godfather.
Oh, okay.
originally.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that. Okay.
And then she came back with the Funkta guy,
That's right.
and it was her and I think Carmen were his 2 dancers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And then when
Yeah.
he left, Naomi made a career out of it, and Carmen
Yeah.
disappeared.
I remember that.
there's so many history about some of these superstars that you see that they come and go at times.
Yep.
One,
Right. Wow.
because I can remember further back in the 80s, because I remember I used to watch primetime wrestling when it was before it became Raw.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah.
A lot
Yep.
of
I
people-
always say, me and my dad, every Saturday morning, we'd spend the morning watching wrestling. We'd watch all the ones that were on TV.
Mhm.
And then after that, we watched the Creature double feature. That was 2 creature, like Godzilla movies on.
Yeah,
Heck yeah.
Because it was my father's job to keep us occupied while my mother was cleaning the house.
Wow.
And that's how he would do it.
Huh.
one of my other favorite superstars in the WWE, or when it was WWF, was the. I don't know if you guys ever remember Brother Love.
Yes, I remember Brother Love.
Brother Love. Vaguely, but yeah, I've heard of him.
He had like the red face.
Yeah,
He
Oh, okay.
I
All
think
right.
he's the original one that introduced the Undertaker.
That's right. Okay.
yeah,
He came out with
yeah,
Ted DiBiase
Yeah,
with
I-
the Undertaker.
he introduced the guy later
Yeah.
on who played the Undertaker,
I see.
and today he still does it. And I mean, no matter what, when you hear his music, it sends chills up your spine
Yeah,
I'm
all the
I'm-
time.
I'm missing Paul Bear on there. Too bad.
I know.
Rest in
Yeah.
peace, Paul Bear.
Yeah, he's passed away a while
Yeah.
back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a few
yeah,
years
way
ago
back.
now. Yep.
Yeah.
He
And-
he had that high voice and
Oh yes.
and it cut and if you looked at it very carefully, go back and see the original Adams family,
Okay.
Gomez Adams.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dreams. I loved Mae Young. I gave her all the
Mae
credit
Young.
in the world when she was still wrestling in her 80s
Oh, Mae
and
Young. Oh,
taking
I loved Mae
bumps
Young.
and
Mae Young goes back decades.
yep,
She was one of the ones
She's a
that started the women's wrestling
yeah.
in the 50s.
She's up there with Moolah.
yep. Right. She wrestled at the same time as Moolah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her and Moolah were like the best of friends.
In a way, they were all friends all the time because a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of these wrestlers had done it so many times. You know, like when you saw how Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair are still friends today because
Yep.
they literally had a rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
They played
Well-
on it. They literally knew how to do it.
Yeah.
All those people like Bret Hart and
Yeah,
Shawn Michaels. They're all even though they had rivalries back in the day, they're all best of friends now. So
Right. Well, and
Yeah.
it's funny because if you think about it, they had to be. They were like the only things they had. They traveled together. They basically lived together.
yeah.
Back then, it was months at a time before they would go home.
Wow.
yeah. Then right now they start changing rules. They're allowing them to go home earlier because that
Right.
way they don't tire out so fast because
Right.
they understand that business that they do
Well, that
can
and
be
the
tough on anybody.
that
Well,
and the
that's
injuries.
why
Yeah.
a lot of wrestlers don't want to go to WWE because they still have somewhat of a travel schedule. Where
Mhm.
like AEW, they only wrestle once a week.
Yeah.
So it's a
Yeah.
lighter travel schedule.
Well, and that and Jericho and the company doesn't push them to.
Right.
Well, it's not Jericho. It's
It's Cody. It's Cody. It's
Cody Rhodes and
But don't him and Jericho have like a mutual agreement or something about
Yes,
being
yeah.
co-owners or something?
yes. Well, see, they literally are playing on their rivalry in the AEW because they're both even at the sides. They're friends because they know each other.
Yeah.
right.
They know how to play on it because
Yeah.
that's why they're trying to make the AEW more popular today because a lot of people are getting sick and tired of the old
Right.
BS sometimes from the WWE at times.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you.
Sorry.
No,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to reply to Dreams' comment.
Okay.
Age has not done HBK any good.
Right.
He has not aged well.
No,
I
yeah.
miss his long hair.
Well, see, the thing is that the reason why he cut it is because, a lot of people don't know is if you don't really take care of your long hair, you can get it natted and it can
Mhm.
literally look like it's all
Tore up and everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how my hair is because I don't get the haircuts all the time, so my hair gets wicked frizzy.
I don't think it's so much Shawn Michaels' hair as it is his facial hair. He always looks like he's a drunk bum when he comes into the ring because he's got that 5-day shadow going on, and
Yep.
he looks like he hadn't shaved and he's thrown down a couple of beers or a glass or two of tequila and
Mhm. Well, see, he doesn't really drink.
No, I know he doesn't
Not
drink,
anymore,
but
no.
that's what he looks like when he
Yeah.
comes into the ring because I mean, but if he shaved that mustache or that stubble he has on his face, he'd still look like the Shawn Michaels of the 90s and 80s.
Yeah, he's
So-
very thin now. Like he's not. I mean, he's still in shape, but
Yeah.
not like he was.
Okay.
Well, he's like in the background because he's helping a
Right.
lot of the superstars
Oh, that
get
makes
up, get into this type of industry because the way that the WWE has really made these superstars so popular And right now, like Daniel Bryan's, the Bella twins, Nikki
Mhm.
Bella's, who
Yeah.
was supposed to marry John Cena, but instead she's now with somebody else.
Oh wow. Whatever happened to who I haven't seen for a while is uh, uh AJ Styles. What's going on with him?
AJ
Is
Styles,
he hurt?
AJ Styles has been. Apparently, they're saying that he's probably been suspended or released or something like that.
Okay, interesting.
Because that's all speculation on my part. You can't really until you start seeing him come back.
Right.
He's like probably in trouble with wellness and stuff like that because a lot of these wrestlers do get injured. I
Yeah.
mean, they, like a lot of people say, well, it's all fake. Yeah, it's kind of fake, but then people do get injured.
Yeah. I mean, the
Because
chairs aren't
sometimes-
fake. You
Oh no! Oh no! No no!
know, the tables aren't fake, but
Right. I mean, they do take bumps and they do get injured. You are right.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And they,
I
and they,
just
and they have to really take care of themselves at times because a lot of these people, a lot of these superstars, sometimes get fed up with the business at times too.
yeah.
Yep.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, Dreams. Supposedly John Cena's got a new girlfriend too.
Mhm.
Oh gosh.
Exactly, Dreams. Owen Hart is a prime example of how
Right,
yeah, it's
yeah.
fake, but shit happens.
Yeah.
I agree.
If they do a move, so many wrestlers have gotten their necks broken because the person doing the pile driver didn't know what they were doing and
See-
didn't protect their heads. And,
Yeah, they always have signals with each other. They sometimes do this, like this, saying that they're okay to each other, saying that they're fine. And if they didn't do this to one of the other wrestlers, they know that they probably end up injuring them severely.
Yep.
I think John Cena is really hurting for publicity. When you do a Inspirion commercial riding purple cows, I mean, come on. Really? I mean,
Come on, at least he's not the elephant anymore on
Well-
the peanut commercial.
true, but still, I mean,
Actually, John Cena's just recently also starred in another film, Dr. Doolittle.
oh
Mhm.
yes. Yeah.
Right, he's
I-
done 3 films within
I actually
a
wouldn't mind
year.
doing that.
He plays the polar bear.
Oh, the polar bear. Oh, okay.
See, if you kind of go and see that movie and you hear the voice, you know it's John Cena because how can you mistaken his voice with him?
Right.
You know what match I really did like though? I did like the Liv Morgan and
Liz Morgan.
yeah. And
Lana.
Lana match, yeah. That was a
Oh
great match.
God, yeah. And you saw how they tried to play on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you catch Ruby Riott come out?
I did. Yes. Yeah. That
And
was
she attacked Liz Morgan
yeah, that
Yeah.
was kind of
Liz
strange.
Morgan.
That was kind of strange because
because she was part of the Riot Squad. I mean,
Right.
those were my favorite 3 badass girls that literally would kick ass. Because if you look at the Ruby
okay.
Riott,
Okay.
she has she's like one tough lady. She looked like she can end up hurting somebody more. But she's apparently it says that
What the
she's
fuck,
into
Mike?
goth.
Hello.
She likes gothic stuff.
Thank you for coming. Hi.
So what's going on with oh, what's his name from SmackDown? The one that's got a crush on Mandy.
They're going on a date next week.
Are they
Yeah.
really? Sweet. Yes.
Yeah,
I was-
they're having a Valentine's Day tonight. They on this past Friday they showed him. They showed him getting into date shape.
all right. I was gonna be so heartbroken for him if she had broke his heart.
I was surprised that if you saw the Royal Rumble. And
Oh, yeah,
I think that was awesome when he was laying on the ground and she landed on him.
Right? Yeah.
and she never got counted out because you gotta have both of your feet touch the ground
Yep,
Yeah.
to be counted out.
yep. She never touched the floor.
Oh man.
And
I think it's awesome that he's pursuing her. I think it's cool.
you could tell that was a setup in a way.
Yeah,
Well,
in
yeah,
a way.
because you never saw him before that. Like you didn't see him come down to the ring.
True. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Well, I just hope she doesn't break his heart because that would really suck.
Right?
Because
Or Otis.
I mean, Otis is a good guy, and I don't want to see somebody like him get hurt. That would just
Right.
be wrong. You know.
Actually, I think it's going to end up.
Oh, I have
Being
a
that
feeling.
way.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to happen that way too. I have.
I'm like with you. I'm hoping that it doesn't happen that way because if she does break his heart, it's probably going to literally. He's going to like be depressed.
Oh,
and he's
yeah.
going to like go.
Hurt
Right.
himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with you. I think she's gonna hurt him in a way. I think what's gonna happen is he's gonna take it to the point to where he thinks something's gonna happen, and then he'll probably lean in to give her a kiss, and she'll rebuttal his kiss, and then she'll end up breaking his heart, and
Or it could end up being the other way around. She may end up kissing him and enjoying
giving him the wrong impression. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see what you're saying. Yeah.
I definitely think in some way she's using him
Oh yes, most
to
definitely.
benefit her. But you're right. It could end up that she starts using him and then ends up
Breaking his
developing
heart, yeah.
feelings for him. And
Hurting him. Yeah.
yeah.
I just.
But you got to realize it's all an act, and it's,
No, I
Right.
understand that. It's just that still.
it probably end up because the storylines between these two and her tag team partner.
I just think. I mean, I get that. I get that it's all a storyline, but it's a good storyline, and I'd like
Right.
to see it keep going the way it's going.
Mhm.
But if they turn it around and flip it and make it where she's like, well, I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to give you the wrong impressions and blah blah blah, and we're not going to be together, and she starts hurting his feelings. It's just okay. Well, wait a minute, that's not cool. I don't want a storyline like that.
Who
So-
doesn't? Who really doesn't? I mean,
So-
it's like it's got to be all approved by Vince McMahon.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I think Vince McMahon literally think that pairing these two different people from.
I don't think it's so much Vince McMahon as it is Triple H, because I heard something that Vince McMahon might be on his deathbed, and
That's
so
what I'll be honest with you. I don't know yet.
I think Vince is stepping down from WWE
Yeah.
because he wants to focus on the XFL.
XFL, yeah, and Triple H is taking over now.
Right. Triple H is going to take over WWE,
Yeah,
which I think will be a good thing.
I do too. I really do.
Because
I
he's
think.
done wonders with NXT.
Well, that he understands where the wrestlers are coming from because he's
Right.
he was a wrestler himself. And he would understand the hey, it's getting too rough in here, wrestlers are getting hurt, and I don't think he would take it to too much extreme.
Right.
So
He probably is going to end up happening that way because Vince is kind of getting up in age, and he's like
yeah,
he has a lot of these allegations against him now, and they're like going after him for criminal offenses and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been hearing and what I saw mostly on YouTube. But you got to take everything with a grain of salt because some of these could be true and some of these could be all fabricated.
No, you're right. Yeah. I mean, as long I don't really care who runs the business as long as Shane McMahon doesn't get it.
I know I wouldn't mind if Triple H takes over because
no, Triple H would be awesome taking over.
I think Shane rather see Triple H in charge of all this.
Yeah.
Him and his wife because Stephanie knows the business too.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Right. Stephanie's never left it.
And not only that, but again, Stephanie's not the type like her father will, where she'll take it to extremes. She'll take it to the to where, okay, it's exciting for the people, but she won't take it to the extreme to where it hurts the people that make her money.
Yeah.
And so
that's why they're trying to slow everything down because it's gonna get worse at times because a lot of these wrestlers are now getting like really strong at times because they said John Cena is one of the strongest wrestlers in the WWE at that time because when him and Brock Lesnar fought one time, Brock Lesnar nearly got injured by John Cena.
Wow. Yeah, John Cena he's a tough guy. I like John Cena.
He's definitely a powerhouse for somebody that's of his stature that's like not that tall and
most definitely.
I mean, have you actually seen what John Cena looks like now today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Compared to him when he first came into the business.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. He's big. He's buffer now. Yeah. He's more. That's because he's. I think he's roided up. But that's just me.
Yeah. A lot of these superstars have been really.
Now here's a match I would love to see. Even though I know he's doing movies and he probably won't be back for a long, long while. He still has a contract with the WWE as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I would love to see a match between The Rock and Brock Lesnar. I don't know if they've done it.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
No, I don't think it will either, but I'm just saying that would be an awesome match though.
Yeah, it would be.
I mean, that would be one killer match.
I'll tell you this, I don't think you ain't gonna be surprised because there's a lot of speculation that they want to bring back The Rock because he's still the number one star of
on
all
SmackDown.
because he's the one who actually said, "I'm gonna lay this SmackDown on your candy ass." That's where they got the term SmackDown.
Yeah. That's why I believe that he's gonna have a contract as long as he's alive because of that. So.
Right.
Well, he's like the third generation of.
Well, and that too. Yeah, he's also the third generation of wrestlers in the WWE.
Yep.
And if a lot of people don't even understand is that the Usos.
Yeah, those are his nephew. Those are his cousins, I think.
Those are his cousins.
Okay.
Even Roman Reigns is also part of his family.
Hey, Gary. They're all related. They're all part of the Wild Samoan family.
Yeah.
The Usos are actually Rikishi's sons.
Yes.
And it's fun. And it's funny because they don't look anything like Rikishi.
No, they don't.
No.
But they also had trouble too at times.
Yeah.
One of them actually literally could have gone to jail.
Right, and he got found not guilty.
So where does Nia Jax fit into the
Nia Jax?
She's a cousin of The Rock, but on the other side of the family.
Yes.
So she's not a Samoan.
So she's on the mom's side.
Actually, she is a Samoan. She has a Samoan blood, in her too as well but she's on the other side of her
Of the Rock's mom's family. I got it. Yeah. So she's on Rock's mom's side. Okay. Because Tamina is from Rock's father's side.
Yes.
Okay. All
Right. Tamina was Jimmy Superfly Snuka's daughter.
Okay, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
And where's Samoa Joe come in too? Because I know he's a cousin also.
I don't know about Samoa Joe.
Samoa Joe, I don't.
I haven't heard of him being a cousin.
No. Huh.
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's not. I just haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
No, I haven't either.
Oh, okay.
It's just he is from the part of that family tree, but he's not like, he doesn't say what part of the relatives he has in the WWE.
Oh. Hello, Gary.
Because he's still one of the most popular wrestlers too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's teamed up with Kevin Owens. Him and Kevin Owens are.
Oh yeah, right now, yeah, they're teamed up. Yeah, I like
I got
that
so
too.
excited when Samoa Joe went face.
I know. I was like,
with
yes.
Kevin Owens.
I know.
I was
That's
like,
great.
that's fucking cool.
Oh yeah.
See, because of my generation, I literally remember
Nice guy.
all these Samoan fighters.
Well, you remember Yokozuna?
Yes,
He's part of the family of the Rock.
Their uncle, I think.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
he was a great uncle of one of the
On his mother's side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I think
he
was like a cousin to them.
Yeah, but he was he was in Japan when he started doing these sumo wrestling. He was like a sumo wrestler that came into the WWE at the time because of the New Japan wrestling and stuff like that. Started bringing all these stars into the. Because when you literally see how big he was at times, a lot of people don't understand that the guy was so huge at times that he can do stuff like nobody else could do.
Wow, that's right.
Yeah, Gary, they did play him off as Japanese, and a lot of people thought he was.
Who was that?
He did have Yokozuna.
Oh yeah.
Yokozuna is not his name.
No.
Yeah, I know.
No, that was his ring name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of them don't use their real names.
So they literally said Yokozuna because he was being mentored by I can't think of the guy's name because he was one of the best villains that anybody ever liked.
Oh, are you talking about Mr. Ming or something like that?
Mr. Fuji.
Mr. Fuji. Yeah.
Mr. Fuji.
Mr. Fuji.
Yeah, he
used to walk around with the top hat.
Yeah.
Mr. Fuji.
I loved Mr. Fuji.
He always had the cane. He'd beat him over the head with the cane.
Yeah. Mr. Fuji.
Yeah. See, that character came out of. If you kind of look at look back and you see a movie called Dr. No. There's a Japanese character that was like how Mr. Fuji would look like.
Yep.
Oh. Interesting. Wow. Because
Mr. Fuji was also good at being bad because he played on it so many times. That's why a lot of the fans back then remember him and liked him, because some people hated him because he had an arrogance and he acted like an ass at times. But he managed some of the best teams ever.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember Demolition.
Yep.
Demolition. Okay.
Axe and Crush.
Yeah.
They wore the face paint
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
And they were very similar to the Road Warriors around the same era.
Mhm.
Wow.
Well, the Road Warriors were the one of the toughest teams because the guy who died,
Hawk.
Hawk, who
Oh,
died a
oh,
while,
yeah.
he committed suicide. A lot of people don't understand that.
Oh, that sucks. So I hate to break subject, but this has been on my mind since I've been on here, and I
Okay.
couldn't think it out.
Well,
But what do you think about the NXT Women's Champion coming out to Charlotte Flair
I think that's
and
awesome.
and putting up her title on the line?
I think that's awesome. I mean, I think Charlotte
That
Flair
was
will do wonders for NXT.
oh yes. And Charlotte still hasn't said who she's going to pick, and I hope she picks the NXT
Oh,
Women's Champion.
supposedly she's going to. Rumor has it that she is officially back at NXT.
Heck yeah! All right,
And I
cool.
think it's going to be, I think part of the reason they're doing that is they're going to have Baszler come to Raw. So it's like an even swap
I see. Wow. Huh.
because they need a dominant female to compete for the title on NXT.
Yeah. That would make sense. Wow. But that was a shocker when she came out, and I was like, "Are you really calling out Charlotte Flair?" I was like, "Wow, that's crazy."
Charlotte Flair is the daughter of Ric Flair.
Yep. And she has a brother too, but I can't remember what her brother's name is.
David Flair.
David.
Oh, okay.
There was David and there was Reese. Reese died.
Yeah, Reese died. Yeah, I remember that.
And then David is I believe he's a wrestler, but just in like Japan.
Wasn't he dating Stacy Keibler at one point or something like that?
Apparently, that's what they said. That's what they've been saying.
Yeah, I think when they started when they were both in WCW.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that.
She's like one of the most popular of the newest stars because they always call her the queen.
Yep.
And she's still today is getting more popular too. And a lot of people would like to see her wrestle against the NXT champion, who's currently right now has the most hated in the NXT.
Who, Rhea Ripley?
Yeah.
No, she's not.
Well, most fans do not always like her.
That's not what I've seen.
So
yeah, well, see, it's not all the. It's some of the fans who really like her because she's real good at times, but she's now becoming like off character at times because a lot of people, some of these people want to get play as a bad person.
So how's that going to work with Charlotte and NXT Women's Champion if she's also got something like a rival with Asuka?
That's why now Asuka and Becky Lynch are in a rival. Charlotte Flair is no longer in a rivalry with Asuka.
I see. Okay.
Becky Lynch is getting trying to get try to reunify the champions because the only person that ever had the unified champion was Ronda.
Oh yeah.
Because but then Becky Lynch took both of those titles and still had it unified for a while. That's why she wanted to become unified champion.
See, I don't like Bailey as the champion right now. I think she's just
No.
she's abusing it.
I just think she lost a lot of. I don't think they should have had her turn heel.
No, I don't either.
I think she's done a complete 180. I mean, if they wanted a heel to be champion, they should have made Sasha Banks champion
Yeah, right.
instead of taking Bailey and making her a heel.
Because Sasha Banks has always been a great heel,
Right.
and
Bailey isn't a good heel.
you can't have two heels. And Bailey is trying to be like Sasha, and it's not going to work.
No, because I've been noticing a lot of how aggressive she is at times, because a lot of people are starting to really getting sickened by her because of her attitude towards some of the fans.
Mhm.
But she's only playing that. But in reality, she likes her fans because
Right.
Oh
she's
yeah,
not really like that person.
no.
She's
Right,
just
none of them
playing it. She's just playing it.
But
Right,
I don't.
They
but
all
I,
do.
But I don't think she. I just don't think that she plays a good heel. Is all.
No,
I'm
I
saying.
don't think so either.
No, I mean a lot.
I mean-
Because there's some of the stars that some of the people are saying, you look a lot different now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely. Well, and she brought out the fact that she abuses her power when she attacked Carmella on SmackDown the other night.
Right.
I mean, come on. So what? Carmella pinned what's her name to get a chance at your title. You don't have to be a bitch and get in the ring and do whatever it was you did. I mean,
But they got to add an angle to the match. They got to
True.
build up.
yeah. Oh yeah. But I mean, still, it just
Every
shows
time a
where her.
champion is at ringside and somebody wins a number one contenders match, they attack
Right.
them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's just that's what I mean by her heel is, what she did was showing her abuse of power. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, if she wasn't so thinking that she could beat up every like Naomi told Bailey, "You've beaten every woman but me," and she ended up attacking Naomi, but she also realized that hey, I, I'm also abusing my power, and I just I don't think. I think Sasha Banks needs to come back and do something about it.
Gary, that would be epic. Owens and Orton and a Stunners versus RKO.
Oh yeah, that would be
epic.
that would be epic.
I mean, although I think it would be funny if Steve Austin.
Is this what you're talking about? How she looks different now?
Yeah, she just
Yeah, she changed her image, but she's not a good bad guy. She's just not.
There's several people that literally think that she should have not changed, but a lot of people like her how she used to look like before.
okay.
Gary, I liked that too. I saw that episode when Shawn Michaels through the window of the barber shop.
Actually, you know what, Dreams? That would be a cool match. Edge versus Roman Reigns in a spear for spear match.
Yeah.
But I still I think that they should throw Goldberg in there too because he does the spear also.
Either that or have Steve Austin come back and tell Owens he's doing the stunner wrong and show him how to do it.
Right? That would be cool too. Yeah.
Stone Cold coming back would be
Demonstrated on Owens.
Kevin Owens and
I don't know. I think Stone Cold won't come back for a full, but I think he'll come back for a couple of matches.
Right. Like he might come back like Edge's contract supposedly is 5 times a year with a minimum of 3.
Wow.
So
And see,
he's got to show up at least 3 matches.
So see, it's
And
kind of like. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's like the Undertaker, kind of. He's going to wrestle
Oh.
a minimum of 3 matches, and I believe at least 1 pay-per-view a year.
So does he get? But does the Undertaker get to pick those matches?
I believe
Or-
so.
Oh, okay.
But
all right.
Undertaker's been in the business for like 30 years.
Yeah. Okay.
He does a lot of background stuff too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
But yeah, I'm sure they would let Edge pick the matches, like they would probably throw the storyline by
Yeah.
him
Or Stone Cold.
or Stone Cold, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
because
I
I'm
mean,
sure they don't want to take the legality of having somebody that they know has a history of neck injuries
mhm.
and putting them in the ring full time.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
No,
then if
I
something happens, it's on them.
and I'm sure Edge is fully aware of that, and he's like, hey, I wouldn't be coming back to wrestling if I didn't agree to
Right.
that, So, yeah.
Gary,
But
I would love to see the Brothers of Destruction back together as a tag team.
hell yeah,
They
that
would
would be
dominate.
awesome.
They would
Yeah, they would.
freaking dominate any show.
I think that they should come back and take over the WWE Tag Team Championship.
Here's the Asuka is the Kabuki Warriors,
Mm.
and that was Becky Lynch.
Becky Lynch, yep. And that's what pisses me off. So they have Asuka, who's co-owners of the tag team titles, going after the women's title. Why the fuck isn't she defending
Yeah.
the tag team titles?
Right? I know.
They
Huh?
haven't. They've defended them twice since they've had them.
So
Mhm.
far, yeah.
It's like, really? That's like when they had Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair
Yeah.
teaming to go for the tag titles. It's like you have the women's champion going after the tag titles.
Mhm.
So
After talking about how with all her reign, she's the longest reigning women's champion.
right? Yeah. You would think.
Well, if you look at the longest reigning champion of all time, would be the one who literally held the women's tag team titles. Would be the ones that the original tag team titles
Mm.
of the WWF.
Okay, and that would be who?
That would be the. I can't think of the two.
It was Sasha Banks and Bailey.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No, not the current tag team titles. Not the ones that they
They
have.
never had women's tag team titles before.
Yes, they did. Yes,
No,
they
they
did.
didn't. No, they
Yeah.
didn't.
Did they? I don't
Yes, they
remember
did.
that, but
I don't remember. I've been watching wrestling for 30 years. I do not remember them
I don't
having a
remember that either.
women's tag team title.
not until the 90s.
There was a WWF women's tag team titles
When
from the 80s.
and who held them? Who wrestled for them
There was two Japanese women.
in the WWF?
Yes.
I'll have to look that up. I don't remember that, but okay.
Me neither. I could be wrong. I just
could be
don't
too.
remember.
I just don't remember it either. I don't remember that far back.
Yeah, Gary. I think there's some sons. Hello, Captain Jerk. I didn't see you pop in.
Oh, hello, Captain Jerk.
I think there's some of the kids from old wrestlers, especially ones that have died from bad causes,
Hmm.
that WWE is kind of boycotting and want nothing to do with it because they're afraid it's going to kind of look bad on the WWE because people are going to find out about their parents. And like Chris Benoit, his son's a wrestler and they want nothing to do with him. He's
Yeah.
basically been banned from WWE.
That's crazy. But yet they have is it Brutus the Barber Beefcake's son there? Wrestling? You know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh no, Mr. Perfect's son.
Oh yeah. He's not
So-
wrestling anymore. Yeah, he's still wrestling. Kurt
Kurt Hennig.
yeah, Kurt Hennig's son.
Yeah. Mr. Perfect. Wasn't he Mr. Perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah. But his son is wrestling, so how is that any different than Benoit's son wrestling?
I don't know.
I don't get that. I don't get that either. But okay. Whatever. So that's kind of weird.
Um, but yeah, that's kind of like so there's Chris Benoit's son, and then Ted DiBiase's son. They've kind of written him off
Oh yeah,
and haven't really mentioned him.
I really didn't like
Apparently,
him.
he's in jail.
Oh really? Wow.
Apparently, him and some insurance company were scamming disability or something.
Wow.
Because the insurance company was saying they were paying him to be a drug addict counselor
Oh
when he was
jeez.
actually in rehab himself for drug
Wow.
addiction. So he
Wow.
was getting paid for.
I could see something like that in that family.
What happened?
Oh,
Yeah. What happened?
I was trying to screen share something.
Oh, well, there's two of you now.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this guy out.
All right.
I did look it up. He's right. There was an old women's tag team title belts.
Yes.
All right. Huh.
See, because if you think you don't know that the current belt is what we're seeing right now. But in the 80s, they had the women's tag team title.
Right. I didn't remember that.
A lot of people don't remember that because they think, well, it never happened. No, it did happen. It was the WWF women's tag team titles before they were sued by the World Wildlife Federation or one because a lot of people were getting the two things were confused. So that's why Vince had said WWE but it is WWE. All right.
Yes, but even though they were both WWF, I'm sure clearly that people weren't that dumb and could realize what.
Well, the worst
one
thing
of them
is they
meant.
were both WWF for like 20 years,
Not only
Yeah.
that, but
and there was never an issue.
Not only that, but one is the World Wildlife Fund, and the other one is the World Wrestling Federation. How can you get those two mixed up?
Gary, you had to Google WWF
I mean, come on.
because back then it wasn't WWE; it was WWF.
Yeah. I mean, I could understand if you typed in the computer WWF, it would pop up both. But if you actually typed in World Wildlife Fund, it would pop up as World Wildlife Fund, but also WWF. But I'm just saying that WWE got a bum rap being WWF because they were both different ways of saying it, even though they were spelled the same initials. It's kind of like a father having the same initials as his son. They both have two different names, but their initials are the same.
Right, and like as far as I'm concerned, WWF, as in the wrestling, made their WWF look different.
And they're always gonna be WWF to me. So
right.
But
we all because I grew up in that era because I even remember even further back in the 70s when Vince's father
Vince Sr.
ran it.
Yep, back when Vince was just a commentator.
Mm-hmm. And you look at how it progressed a lot because Vince is the one who started a lot of these pay-per-view events too.
Right, he did start it. He was the first one to do WrestleMania. Was the first one.
Mm-hmm. Which is today is still one of the most sought after wrestling programs, which a lot of people like because they can go back and reminisce and remember when Hulk Hogan defeated the Iron Sheik.
Yep.
Well, that and WWF made Raw what it was. Now that they're the WWE, wrestling has just gone to crap.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually had matches that were worth watching when it was WWF.
Part of it's the whole PG thing. That's the most
that-
part of it.
That too,
Because they
yeah,
can't bleed anymore.
yeah.
They can't be too violent.
The
Because it's all
the politically correct era today, and it's right now because when you literally remember the Attitude Era in the '90s, when Stone Cold started doing his shtick.
when he was flipping people off.
Yeah, a lot of people hated when he did that, but then you start seeing foam rubber hands, people doing this, and they're like, oh, what the hell?
Evil Abes, hello, thank you for joining.
I mean, I literally enjoyed because you had Stone Cold Steve Austin, you had DX, you had all these Attitude stars. Started when all of a sudden, because what has happened is that a lot of people don't understand that WCW was live, WWE was still pre-taped.
Right.
And that's when they started attacking each other, and who was it? Eric Bischoff started announcing who's the champion, and people would say, "Oh crap, someone spoiled it."
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Oh, when he had, I think it was Rick Rude.
Yeah,
That was on WWF Monday Night Raw, and that same night he was on WCW.
Yeah.
And people were like, "What the hell? How was that
Right.
possible?"
Yeah, I never could figure that out either.
See, well, Rick
It's
Rude,
because Raw was taped
Yeah.
back then.
well, his contract was up
Right.
that time. That was a perfect timing when you literally see him walk out with the NWO. He joined the NWO at then, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna surprise everybody." And when he came out the same time that he was with DX in that tape series, and a lot of people said, "How did they?"
Right.
Because a lot of people didn't understand. It cost more money to broadcast live back then. And the only reason why WCW got so successful in the early 90s,
Is because they were live.
yeah, and because of Ted Turner.
That too. Yeah.
Dreams, that would be cool if CM Punk came back. I think he will.
He's actually is back. A lot of people don't understand.
Not wrestling.
I
No,
could do
not
without
wrestling.
CM Punk.
CM Punk is doing
WWE is so much better without him.
in
Right.
the
He's
background.
doing the backstage thing.
Yeah.
But from what I've heard, it wasn't WWE's decision to bring him back. Fox made that decision, which is why he's only on the talk show backstage.
Yeah.
He's not showing up on any of the WWE network
Okay.
or WWE programming. That's the
Yeah.
only show he's on.
Well, that's good.
I remember Wendy do. Oh, Medusa.
Yeah, she was Medusa with WCW. She was Wendy Richter with way back when.
Oh, okay. She did that actually on
On Monday Nitro. Yeah, she says that I saw an interview with her. She said she's still hated for that
Really?
by a lot of old school WWF fans. Yep.
Wow.
Because they felt like she disrespected the title.
Oh man.
The only reason why she did that is because she wanted to make a statement. And a lot of people hated her for doing that. She was going to do, if you notice, she got the title, the 24/7 title.
Yep.
And she was going to do the exact same thing to the 24/7 title. But who comes out? and buys it.
Yep.
That's
So
that's the only title that was ever bought.
So do you think
No,
Ronda?
it's not.
No,
you think
Ted
Ronda Rousey will be
DiBiase
back?
bought the WWF title from The Undertaker
Yeah.
when The Undertaker first won it.
No. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, but when she was about to throw it away, he bought that WWE 24/7 title.
Right, but it's not the only title that was bought.
No, it wasn't. But it was it's this title. A lot of people hate it. The only
I
reason
can't stand it. I think it's stupid.
What, the 24-hour title?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
24/7. You got.
Same thing.
I cannot stand the title because it doesn't mean anything.
No, really, it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
It's always a bunch of people chasing each other.
Yeah, and really, you can lose it, and it's like, why in the heck did Nick Foley bring out a 24 title? You should have brought a title.
Nick Foley's lost his mind.
They tried to, like, when they had him bring it out, a lot of people thought it was going to be like the hardcore title.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they had Mick Foley do it. Because the hardcore title, if you remember, was also a 24/7 title.
Yep.
Anybody could win it, but it had to be a hardcore match.
Yeah.
I mean, now they don't even have a match for the stupid thing.
Nope.
I mean, for God's sake, freaking Santa Claus won it.
I mean, if they actually had a match for it, it would be interesting. But the fact that,
Well, the thing is, the reason why I don't like it is because the way the rules are set up for that title is that you can even pin a person while he's asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And I remember Jamal had the title. He was sleeping on a plane, and all of a sudden, R-Truth comes up and pins him, and then the guy go 1, 2, 3.
Oh, on the plane? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't like it, because it's like they do everything not in the programming. They do it like at other times, like when like when Santa Claus won it. That was the stupidest thing.
Yeah, that was. Or like when they were in, what was it, the NFL?
Oh yeah, the
NFL thing, and that was so stupid. Like, really? I'm like, come on. Yeah, I agree. I don't like that title either.
If they change it, and they start putting a little bit more rules on it, then it would be okay. But otherwise you cannot. I mean, anyone. I even saw a kid end up winning that title.
Right?
Yeah.
No, you know what? If I would like to see it, is Hornswoggle come back and win that title? That would be funny.
Yeah.
But
I like that guy. I like that character too.
So do you think Ronda Rousey's going to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah. She'll be back from WrestleMania.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I think she's going to have something to do with the Becky Lynch Asuka match.
Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah.
And I think it's going to be WrestleMania because that's when she lost her title to Becky Lynch.
And now she's back. Yep. That makes sense. Ooh, that would be awesome to see.
Yep. I still want them to do the 4 horsewomen from the MMA.
Oh, that would be cool too. Yeah.
Like Baszler, Rousey, and the other 2. Baszler's little cohorts there.
Right. That would be cool.
Because in NXT, they had a 4 horsemen too. 4 horsewomen. It was Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, Bayley, and I think Sasha. So it would be cool if they had 2 4 horsewomen.
Yeah, that would be cool.
The WWE's version and the MMA's version.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, I can see that.
I think they're not going to do it because
I don't think they can coincide.
No, because a lot of people think that the MMA is like going downhill because a lot of people are not watching it as much, and There's people there watching it. It's it's not like how the WWE and all these other wrestling programs has been being portrayed.
Yeah. Huh.
I'm gonna make another drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
One of my favorite wrestlers in the in the latest WWE shenanigans is the one that's getting more pushed out more and more.
Okay.
You know, the Fiend.
Oh, that one. Yeah, Bray Wyatt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The reason why I like about that guy is because he used to be on NXT.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He used to be one of the cohorts with Barry. Was not Barry? Was
I
it?
can't remember who it is, but I know who you're talking about.
He was one that British guy. I can't think
Yeah.
of his name.
Doris would know.
You know, because the thing is that the way these stars are now getting, they're still getting popular too. I mean, if you kind of look at the movie The Jetsons,
Mm-hmm.
the cartoon, the one that they had where they had the WWE stars
Oh, okay.
come
Yeah, I've
back
seen
from
that.
the past, and also
Yeah.
just to fight against the Big Show because he started getting taken over it.
Okay. Yeah. I remember that one.
Oh. You look at how these superstars are now getting up in age at times, and a lot of these superstars are getting ready to retire because a lot of people don't understand. The Undertaker is right now is 54 to 55,
Wow.
but he still looks good today.
Yeah. For his age, yeah, he does.
Yeah, and he's married to Michelle Cool.
Oh, I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
Nope. I did not know that.
You don't know?
I know who Michelle McCool is, but I didn't know he was married to her.
Yeah, he's been married to her for ever
Sweet.
since.
Hello.
Hey, Doris. Raven was trying to mention something about Bray Wyatt when he was on the NXT. When he was on NXT, do you remember who he was in cohorts with?
I do not. I don't remember. Let's see.
Wayne Barrett.
That's it. Wayne Barrett.
Oh, right. He was he came back as part of Nexus.
That's right. Wayne
Bray
Barrett.
Wyatt did.
That's right.
He was a big, goofy, chubby kid when they first came out.
Wow, Wayne Barrett. Oh my gosh. Wow.
He's on AEW now.
Yep.
Not AEW, on the NWA.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's playing a villain in that one.
Yep.
He's a table commentator.
Well, no, he's playing like one of these guys that's in the background, like the smoker.
Right, and he does commentary.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
See, because a lot of these superstars, because John Cena was also part of this NXT before it actually started becoming the actual NXT.
Right, pretty much all of them were before
Yeah.
it became NXT. It was their developmental.
Yeah, it was a way of showing that the guy who can win can end up getting the contract for any of the titles from before they had the Universal title.
Do you know who the first NXT champion was?
And you know what? I used to know that, and I don't remember anymore.
He still wrestles today.
Um,
We mentioned him earlier.
we did.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the guy's name because
Kevin Owens.
No, Seth Rollins.
Seth
Oh,
Rollins.
really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That's right.
Yeah, he was the first NXT champion.
That's
And
right.
it
Wow.
got
before-
presented to him by Dusty Rhodes and Triple H.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, because he came when he won the title. That was the very first time that they started the full NXT.
Right, that's when it became its own like entity almost.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was still like they still considered the developmental, and it was only on the network, but they had like regular shows on it and
Mhm.
Yeah. And
yes,
sometimes
dreams. I have to say that's been happening for years. That the spirit gets smashed at every pay-per-view.
right?
Now
one?
they've actually gone up to the Spanish one. Now that they have that whole language announcement line,
Uh-huh.
the last couple of pay-per-views they've been going up there.
A lot of these people literally see the WWE as being the only entity, but there's a lot of different ones too.
Yep.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, there's still a lot of smaller promotions out there.
mhm. A lot of independent ones, and then there's
Right.
some people that are left the NXT going to the independent or the WWE to the independent.
Right. I mean, a lot of the NXT stars, that's where they're from, is
Uh-huh.
independent. So they're known for New Japan or the Mexico Network or
How many of you remember Ryback?
I remember Ryback. He was
I
part of
remember
Nexus
Ryback.
too.
Yeah.
Mhm. He now does his own YouTube channel too.
Yep. I watch it all the time.
Yeah.
He,
I love it. I love his channel.
he is the only one that literally got where he has, like he says, feed me more.
Right? That was when they were trying to push him. I wish they kept up with that.
I
It
know.
was
I wish.
almost like a Goldberg type of situation
Right.
where he was just demolishing guys. But more than likely, the way Vince McMahon is he probably pissed off Vince, and that's why they stopped pushing him.
Yeah, I think so.
He's still one of my favorite. One of the guys I like because he literally knew how to do. Because he didn't play around. He literally
No.
knew how to play his character. He literally knew how to do everything. And he's still one of the most popular wrestlers today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Gary.
Now
I
he's
do.
a YouTuber like everybody else, and he's getting popular now, even doing YouTube.
Yes,
don't-
Gary. I do remember when Hornswoggle was Vince's illegitimate son.
Well, so was Mr. Kennedy at one point also.
Right. First it was Mr. Kennedy, and then it was
Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle.
Yeah.
Oh, the day that they said,
Mr. Kennedy. I hated that.
Well, he went on to, he couldn't use Kennedy, but he used the his actual last name Anderson
Yeah.
in TNA when it was TNA.
Yeah.
Because right now I cannot stand that program anymore because it lost all respect for me.
Yeah, that's why I stopped watching it, because it got to the point where like it wasn't fun to watch anymore.
I like when Hogan and Eric Bischoff was in control of it, and then everybody started going after them. Then when they had the Aces and Eights come out, who would have figured that Devon would be one of the Aces Eight?
Right.
And then the president being Bubba Ray Dudley.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then after that, it just went downhill after that.
Yeah, it did.
It just didn't, to me, it just didn't, because I used to watch both programs.
Me too.
And then
I did also, but
and then because I remember when I first started watching, I started hearing, well, Nitro's coming on, and when I started watching Nitro, I started saying, okay, that's live. That's not pre-taped. When it first started.
Yep. Yep. That was WCW. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Nitro now if you want to see Nitro, you gotta go through the WWE network.
Yeah, because they own the rights to it now.
Yeah.
Supposedly this year, they're supposed to be coming up with a bracket for the network.
Sweet.
And so basically, you can get it for free, but mostly it's going to be stuff you can already get on their website, just like clips of matches and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's still cool though.
Right. They're going to have the one that's the $9.99 now. It'll
Doris,
still be $9.
You froze.
Am I still froze?
Yeah. You're froze.
Am I really?
Yeah.
My little wheel of death.
There it is. There's the little wheel of death.
I was going to say the wheel of death's back.
Yeah.
There you are. Now you're good.
But so they're gonna go up to a $14.99 a month one.
Oh, that's
where the independent networks are gonna be able to pay WWE to show their programming on the network. So you'll be able to see like NWA and things like that.
Yeah, they're trying to get contracts back to like Comcast, because I remember 24/7 on Comcast, which I used to watch. And I used to watch all their matches. And now when they went totally WWE Network, everything stopped. And I want to be able to watch it and pay for it. My own, where I want to be able to watch, because I like some of these older programs.
Right, and that's why I like having the network, because you can go back and watch like all of the Undertaker matches, or
well, not only that, but it's got great documentaries on there.
Right,
too.
I like a lot of the documentary shows.
I mean, they've got some documentary shows on there that's like, huh, I didn't even know about this person did what.
Right,
it's like wow.
They have a 24, I think it's 24/12 series where they basically follow a different wrestler around for a full year for 24 hours.
I also
day.
I also like watching the Edge and Christian show on there, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the name of it is now.
In Stone Cold's show.
Oh yeah, Stone Cold show.
Broken Skull.
Yeah.
Yep, the first one was the one that I saw with Undertaker, and I actually learned a lot because they're not like in character when they're talking to him, like they're their real self.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I never knew the match that Undertaker had with what's his face, the champion. The hell's his name now? Brock Lesnar.
Oh, Brock Lesnar. Oh,
when Brock Lesnar beat Undertaker at WrestleMania, Undertaker was in the hospital for like a week.
Wow.
He had a severe concussion. He had complete memory loss, didn't remember anything from that night at all.
Wow.
And he said that they kept going into his room asking, he didn't even know who he was. They kept asking him his name, where he was, his wife's name, and his wife was in the room with them.
Wow.
Yeah, Michelle Cole.
Yep. And he was like, I was getting mad at her because I'd be like, all right, where am I? And she'd be like, no, I'm not giving you these answers. You need to come up with these answers on your own. He's like, and I was getting pissed at her because they wouldn't let me go till I could answer the questions.
Yeah.
And I couldn't answer the freaking questions because I didn't remember. And he was like, it was nothing Brock did. He's like, I can't even sit. He's like, I've watched the match a million times. I
Wow.
can't even find the spot where it happened.
Huh.
But he said he doesn't remember anything from that night at all.
Wow.
And I was like, I never knew that. Like, they never
Yeah, they don't
said
disclose
anything.
stuff like
Well,
that.
they literally found out where he actually ended up losing his memory because apparently when Brock Lesnar did something that caused him to lose, apparently he hit his head someplace hard enough to
Right.
give him temporary memory loss for a while. That's why he got so angry at his wife. His wife was trying to calm him down at times.
Right.
Where
Yeah.
it was harder for him because he tried so hard to remember, but he couldn't remember.
Right.
Yeah.
I know that. And if
Right.
you,
I never realized that until I saw that Broken Skull episode.
Yeah. That was a good episode.
him and Brock Lesnar are still friends today. A lot
Right.
of people
And that's
don't-
what he said. He said that they're still friends, they get along, and that's why he said it was nothing Brock Lesnar did purposely.
No,
It was just something that happened.
yeah, and a lot of these, even Brock Lesnar said, "I wish I could have not have done what I did because he literally was upset for what
Right.
he did to the Undertaker because you know Undertaker is still today still has a streak with
Right.
one lost
Mm.
with
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar.
Well, 2 now, because Roman Reigns beat him too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Huh.
But yeah, it was
Uh,
funny because he was saying they talked about early in his career,
Mhm.
and he was saying that before he went to WWF, he went to WCW. And
Didn't Goldberg beat him just recently?
No, he beat Goldberg.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He beat Gold.
Oh.
But he said he did a promo for WCW, and their response to him was, "Yeah, we can't use you, kid. Nobody's gonna pay for you to watch you work."
Oh, gosh. Wow.
And then he went to Vince. He got a call from Vince, and he said around that time is when they started showing the egg. Remember the big egg that they had on the stage every week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
he was like, he said, all I could think was, I'm going to be the Eggman. I'm going to be the thing that comes out of that freaking egg. And he's like, and I'm here sitting there thinking, do I really want to do this? Do I want to be the Eggman?
Right.
He's like, that's all I could think was I was going to be the Eggman and I was going to be coming out of the egg.
Oh, man.
Yeah, to a lot of people's surprise, when they first started playing that music, the Undertaker's music, a lot of people were like freaking out.
Right. He used to scare some kids. They show some, like, if you watch some of his old stuff or like the documentary about him,
Yeah.
they show clips of little kids and even adults watching him walk down the aisle, and they literally look scared. And he was saying that one of the things that made it work was he never came out of character.
True.
Even on his personal time, he said, I wasn't dressed up as the Undertaker, but you never saw me in anything but all black. He was like, and I never spoke. He's like, if I was out in public, I wouldn't say a word.
Yeah, but which Undertaker was your favorite Undertaker?
It's always been the same one.
The
Oh, you mean the theme?
Well, yeah. Which
I like
which
the
one?
badass.
Okay, I like that one too. I didn't know if you. I didn't know which. If you knew what I was talking about.
When he started riding motorcycle and he started
Yeah.
coming out as the American Badass.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah, that was awesome.
I liked
Yeah.
that one. I mean,
Yeah,
I love
well-
the Undertaker himself, but the American Badass was my favorite that he did.
Then
Right.
I like that character because he did that character like then I remember the Undertaker versus the Undertaker match.
Yep.
Oh gosh, wow, yeah. You do realize that was Kane dressed up as Undertaker, right?
Yep.
Well, wasn't he wasn't known as Kane back then?
Right. That was
Well-
before he was Kane, but yeah, it was the
It was, but it
guy
was,
who played Kane.
yeah.
He was also the dentist, the mad dentist that Jerry
Yeah.
Lawler brought in
Oh
to
yeah.
take out Bret Hart. Kane
Yeah.
played him too.
Yeah, and when you hear him trying to, you know, did you know it was actually a real dentist at that?
Yeah.
Huh.
Now he's a senator or a congressman or something.
A mayor.
Yeah.
He's a
Mayor.
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 That's his name, Gary. Isaac Yankem. He was
Isaac
the
Yankem.
dentist Isaac Yankem.
Huh.
And he also played the fake Diesel
Oh, that's right, huh?
when Diesel and Razor Ramon went to WCW.
And guess who brought those guys back out?
Who?
The fake Diesel and the fake Razor Ramon. Guess who?
Ooh.
Mm,
JR.
really?
I was gonna say I thought it was JR because he was the
Oh, yeah.
he was kind of the recruiter back
Mhm.
then. He's the one that like hired guys and gave
Yeah.
them their
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, see now JR is a commentary on AEW,
Yep.
and a lot of people like him there too. And then
The one thing I don't like about this
now you froze.
is yeah, I saw the Wheel of Death, so I stopped talking. Is on AEW they always seem like they're poking fun of him because
Right.
one of the other announcers are always correcting him. Like he'll say,
JR? Yeah.
yeah. Like
Yeah,
there
that's-
was one that I saw that he was like, "This is a 20-minute time limit,"
Yeah.
and the dude from the dude from the old WCW Monday Nitro's on there too.
I didn't like the way they make fun of him.
And he was like, "No, it's a 30-minute time limit." And then their New Year's Day show, JR was like, "So everybody said because they keep rankings apparently in AEW,
Mhm.
and that's how they determine who's number one contender for
Mhm.
titles and things." So JR was like, "So everybody starts off at 0 because it's a new year."
Yeah.
And the other dude's like, "Well, no, JR, technically their year is at 0, but their career ranking is still in effect.
Oh gosh.
They have two different rankings."
Oh,
And I was just like,
Whatever.
Who's the other guy that used to do the commentary of?
I can't remember his name. He was like the JR of WCW. He was the head.
Taz?
No, not
No,
Taz. Somebody
he
else.
was the main commentator of WCW Monday Nitro.
No,
I can't remember his name now. Let me
Tony
see.
Schiavone.
Tony Schiavone, that's what it is.
Oh yeah.
So it's Tony Schiavone, and some other dude that wears a mask and JR.
Hmm.
Huh.
And now they're gonna have Taz on there too.
Right. Taz just went to them too.
Oh, did he? I didn't know.
Yeah.
He just signed a contract.
Because he was with Impact for a while.
Right. He was in Impact for a while.
He
And I
lost,
think-
he said when he left Impact, he was relieved because he hated how that show changed
Wow.
from to right now. It's like who's really going to watch Access television when you don't have a channel on your cable system, or
Yep.
you have to get. I mean, they're
Well, and
losing.
the worst thing
they're
is they've
losing-
changed. They can't keep a channel. They can't
Uh-huh.
keep a network to keep them on.
Yep.
They keep losing their networks
Yeah.
because they don't have the viewership.
Because I remember when they were on Spike TV and
Hmm
Yep.
And
then
They
went
were
from
on Spike
to-
for a while. They
And
were
it-
on.
their ratings were good on Spike TV because Spike had shown interest in this show until later on when it started going downhill after Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff left the
Right. They lost all their main characters.
Yeah.
Sting left. Sting and Hulk Hogan were their biggest draws,
Yeah. You know who I wish would come back is Jeff Jarrett.
right?
Jeff Jarrett?
I loved Jeff Jarrett.
He has his own wrestling promotion now.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. He ain't
Sweet.
never coming back.
Well, see,
guess I don't blame
apparently,
I think it's like Global Wrestling.
yeah. Well, right now it was like TNA and Global Wrestling were first merged,
Mm.
and now to notice that they're two separate entities
Right.
because it went down after all that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right, Gary. Mike Tenay was almost like JR was on WWE. He knew all of the stats, and he was like the lucha libre master. He knew about all the rules, and he would do the background on all the wrestlers.
Mike Tenay was one of the best commentators, even in WCW times.
Right.
Yep.
Because when you literally hear Mike Tenay, they always call him the professor because
I was going to say he was the professor because he knew everything.
he knew all the stats, he knew everything, he knew what was coming on, what was happening. Mike Tenay and Tony Schiavone both were commentaries, and then I remember the Brain.
Right? It's funny because Tony Schiavone and Bobby
Oh,
the
yeah.
Brain Heenan
I forgot about Bobby the
reminded
Brain.
me of and Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Yeah.
If you remember way back when, Gorilla Monsoon is the one that originated the term the Weasel
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
because
right.
he used to call Bobby Heenan the Weasel.
You froze.
And am I still frozen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
right now. I hate to cut this short, but I'm gonna end up having to leave here in a little bit. So,
All right.
All right.
but
Well, I thank you for joining us. And coming up and
I enjoyed talking about this. This is awesome.
yes.
Well, see, because you know when you literally remember Bobby the Brain Heenan, that guy had talent, and he literally introduced a lot of the good wrestlers,
Uh huh.
like Hercules,
Yep. Hercules.
Hercules,
And
oh,
freaking,
and then he managed a few
Adonis. Didn't he manage Adonis too?
Yes, and he also managed Mr. Perfect.
And Andre the Giant.
I remember Mr. Perfect. I don't. Did he? Andre the Giant, really?
when
Yeah.
Andre the Giant turned heel.
Oh,
Bobby
okay.
Heenan was his manager.
That's right.
For a time being, because I mean,
And then
the guy literally knew how to, because I remember the reason why I say I remember primetime wrestling is because him and Gorilla were both commentators, and they
Yep.
would literally talk about wrestling, and they would
they would argue all the time.
Yeah.
they would literally have, because Bobby still liked Gorilla Monsoon, and they were still friends, and a lot of people think that he's up in heaven, him and Gorilla cheering the good guys.
With Mean Gene Okerlund doing commentary.
Right.
Oh God, Mean Gene, that guy.
Mean Gene,
Yep.
man.
I
miss that
still
guy.
remember. Do you remember the day that Gorilla Monsoon threw Bobby Heenan out of the arena by his pants?
I
Yeah.
do.
Picked him up and was kicking him in the ass.
Yes, that was hilarious.
But yep, Mean Gene Okerlund.
Yes,
Mean
rest
Gene.
in peace.
And a few others, because you can tell, even if when you saw Bobby without his bottom jaw,
Right? That was freaky.
he still had his
Yep.
mind. A lot of people didn't not know that he still had his mind.
Is he passed now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been gone for
I think
Okay.
2 years, 2 or 3
2
years.
or 3 years.
Okay. I wasn't sure if Bobby Heenan or died or not.
Yeah, he died around the same time Roddy Piper died.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. And then that's another guy I liked.
Yeah,
Right? I
I was
loved
I was
Roddy
sad when
Piper.
Roddy Piper passed. Yeah.
Yep.
And then you see Ronda Rousey
Right.
Yep, she wears the
Where-
rowdy. She
where-
wears his leather jacket.
wearing the shirt of Ronda Rousey and then same kilt.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's funny, I saw an interview with her, and Roddy Piper was her favorite wrestler.
Oh. Well,
And it was his, because in MMA they called her the rowdy one.
Rowdy Ronda
And
Rousey.
when she was going to come to WWE, they wanted to do the same thing, and she said no because she thought it would be disrespectful to Roddy Piper.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the one that was like, "No, I want you to." And that's why she wears his leather jacket, and she wears the rowdy same type of shirt that he wore. But
Right.
yeah, she said she would have never done it if he didn't give her his full blessing.
Yeah, he really liked her, and he's a lot of people thought that they were family. No, he
Yeah.
just
Do you know he was Bret Hart's cousin? He was
Yes.
he was a cousin of the Hart family.
yes.
I didn't know that either.
Hmm.
He's related to all the Hart family, and even today, Brett still thinks of him too. Because
Yep.
I remember the WWF cartoons.
Right. On
gotta-
the Saturday morning.
Yeah,
Huh.
and it's showing my age a little bit more because some of these cartoons were really good, and they actually had all these guys do their voices on
Yep.
it.
That's like when they came out. Remember when they used to come out with the music albums where they
Yeah.
sang their own entrance musics,
Yeah,
and they all had their own songs on the album?
actually, a lot of people didn't even notice that if you looked on the documentary of Hulk Hogan, he actually still plays the guitar.
Yep.
Huh.
Still can play guitar, and he's and when he started with this NWO stuff like that too, that really
Yeah, Gary. They were on Scooby Doo too. Yep.
Yep, they were. All right. I'll talk to you. I'll talk
All
to you
right.
later, Doris.
Thank you
Nice,
so much for joining us.
nice
See you
seeing you,
later.
Raven.
See you.
All right. I'll talk to y'all later.
I swear to God, I've seen a lot of shows. I've seen one of my favorite wrestlers. Even today, I still think of Hulk Hogan. I still think of Alexa Bliss. I try to watch the beginning of the WrestleMania. I think it was at 35 or 34, where
Yeah.
Alexa Bliss literally did a snap, and all of a sudden you hear Hulk Hogan's music come in.
Oh yeah. When they hosted.
Yeah.
All right, Gary. I thank you very much for coming out. Thank you for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, take care, Gary. See, a lot of these superstars today always pay homage to the stars that literally some are still around, like Ric Flair, and Ric Flair isn't a spring chicken this time.
No, he's been looking sick too.
And a lot of people worry about him, as well as because of what he have done throughout his life and career.
Yeah.
And there's some good people that literally, then you got the Viper, Randy
Yeah.
Orton, which today he's still good friends with Ric Flair and a few of these other stars.
Yep. He's also a third generation wrestler.
Yes. Cowboy Orton.
Do you remember like the 5 years Cowboy Orton wore that cast on his hand?
Yes.
That was like his biggest thing.
especially when he literally goes after the Undertaker.
Yep.
I still could not believe when I see that YouTube video of him looking at the Undertaker, thinking it could be fake, and all of a sudden you see his hand come up and grab him right by his throat, and he's like, "See, all these superstars has gotten their start from someplace."
Yep.
And like we mentioned, Bret Hart's youngest brother who died tragically, which by now, like in the era of the WCW where Sting comes down like that, the same way
Mhm.
when Owen literally died because of that, Sting said, "No, I'm not doing that anymore
Yep.
because I'm not going to have that same accident happen to him,
Yep.
happen to me." And a lot of even Hulk Hogan said that was the worst day that he ever heard. And,
Right. He was so young when he died.
mhm.
He was at like the prime of his career.
Yeah, and I wish he was still alive today because he would have been really, really, really at managing people.
Right. The sad thing is, like, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. And it's all because of his wife that he's not. Because she won't let WWE put him in the Hall of Fame. Because she wants nothing to do with them.
No, and she blames
Yep.
him for that
It
death.
took them this long to get her to agree to let them release a documentary
Yeah,
on him, which they just did, I think, at the end of last year.
yeah. It's like right now she's still angry with the WWE.
Yep.
I mean, I can understand that.
Right. I mean, and like I've said before, I think eventually she's going to end up giving in because I think the rest of the family is going to kind of pressure her because now everybody else is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And why should he be the only one that isn't?
Actually, the only person that's never going to be in the WWE Hall of Fame is the guy who killed his
Chris
wife.
Benoit. Yep.
And his son.
Which is sad because he was a great wrestler. He had great skill.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand is that when he was headbutting each time, I think that kind of really messed him up more.
Of course it did.
And can we hold blame on him? Yes, we can. We can blame him for what he did. But that has to be at the fault of both WCW and the WWE.
For letting him continue using that finishing move.
Yeah, which Kevin Sullivan, you ever heard of him?
Yep.
Said he should not have been doing that. He was he was warning him. He was warning him at the time.
Yep.
He was warning a lot of people. He was even telling the officials that he should not use that move because he was putting more damage on himself, and plus a lot of these people are taking a lot of these pain medications and stuff like that, and they said, I think they did an autopsy on him in which they found out his brain was not all there.
Right. He had the brain of a 90-year-old Alzheimer's patient.
Yeah. I mean, heck, I liked his his wife, Nancy, who was
woman. Yep, she was woman.
And she was like incredibly good-looking lady for.
Yeah, she was.
And a lot of people did not know that they were married at the time when
She was originally married to Kevin Sullivan,
Yeah, but
and then they
she
did a
married-
storyline on WCW where it was almost similar to Stephanie and Triple H.
Mhm.
The storyline was she left Kevin Sullivan to go with Chris Benoit and the Four Horsemen,
Mhm.
and that she started having an affair with Chris Benoit and then divorced Sullivan.
Yeah, and he was kind of angry. Kevin Sullivan was kind of angry
Right.
for doing that, but he later on reconciled with them at the time when they finally got, because it was like he was not all, because if you've seen some of his match, he didn't seem like he was all there at times.
Right.
And I seen some of the matches, and I said, man, when you look back then, a lot of rules were different at the times. But then these guys, that kind of maneuver is banned from wrestling.
Yeah, they can't do headshots anymore at all. Like they can't hit each other in the head with the steel chair. That's why they do it in the back now. They can't do any flying headbutts anymore.
No, if they did that, they would terminate the person.
Right, right. They would get rid of them.
Because they know a lot of people, because they learned from what happened with Chris Benoit.
Yep.
I mean, like I said, like I'm saying is that a lot of these superstars today do not want can still do moves but they really do not like doing the headshots or doing the headbutts or because when you saw the Haku brothers, they would hit their heads
Yep.
in each other at times. But after that, they stop because of what has happened with Chris Benoit.
Yep. Yep. It's scary some of the shit that they do. It's like you said earlier, as much as it's fake, they still take some damage to their bodies.
Oh, it's like, when they do that 5-star frog splash, a lot of people say, well, it's because they learn how to calculate, and they learn that yes, they can get injured themselves if they do not do it right. They
Right.
learn from their experience. And a lot of these people, Eddie Guerrero, one of the guys who literally died of a heart attack. A lot of people couldn't figure out why he didn't show up at that time. A lot of people were looking at they literally looked at his chest at times, and they were finding that some of his ribs were nearly cracked severely. That may have caused his heart attack. No one knew.
Yep.
Because Eddie Guerrero was one of the guy who literally lied, cheat, and steal.
Right.
And you remember him where he was going to marry China,
Yep. Mamacita.
and all of a sudden, this video comes out where he's walking into a girl's bathroom, taking a shower with another girl.
Yep.
That storyline had a lot of people upset.
I mean, and now you have the whole Lana, Rusev, and Lashley storyline, and people are loving it.
See, the thing is, okay, that's not reality.
Yep.
Her and Rusev, and this is all on their parts because they both decided to do this.
Right.
Because they both wanted to see what would happen because they knew Bobby Lashley. and like I said, they're all friends. Even Rusev says Bobby Lashley's my friend. So they literally said they wanted to, like show different things of what would happen. So they decided, well, let's see if what would happen if I introduce Lashley in my bedroom wearing Rusev's robe. And when you saw Rusev getting angry, he's playing on that. He's playing
Right.
a character because he knows that Bobby Lashley will not go too far.
Right.
With Rusev.
Well, and it's like any of them. They all play a character. They're
Yeah.
completely different than their real life persona.
And
It's like any TV show.
Yeah,
That's basically what it is.
and
They're
Ru-
entertaining.
yeah, and Rusev and Bobby Lashley, don't a lot of people say, well, are they actually really married? No, they're not. They played it. They played the part.
Right. Rusev and Lana are married.
Yeah. And Rusev had said, go for it, just as long as, because, it was played before because with Bobby, Lana, and I can't think of the other guy's name. That kissed her, and I can't think of his name because
The Miz?
No,
Not The Miz. Ziggler?
Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah, she was Dolph Ziggler's girlfriend at one point.
Yeah. But Dolph Ziggler knew Rusev and Lana, and when they played that, they played it good, but Dolph Ziggler knew not to go too far because it was just a storyline that someone
Right.
attracted, and they introduced and they talked to all of them, even trying to bring Liv in, saying that she's in love with Lana.
Yep. Well, and
Which-
I think that's where they're going with the whole freaking with the other one coming in and attacking Liv.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna say that Liv was in a relationship with her and cheated on her with
Yeah.
Lana,
yeah,
and that's why she came back and attacked Liv.
yeah, and I think they're because you don't see what's really going on in the background. You just see what's going on the stage. The ring is the stage.
Right.
It's a way of portraying their characters. Has something like nobody would expect it. It's not real life. It's just a
Right.
all play act, and it's like the girl, the guy that helped was laying down on a women's battle royal.
Oh, Otis.
Yeah, because I think they're playing on that as well as because they wanted to see how far they would go with those two. We want to see if, and I think these guys know it because they're in on it and they know what they're doing, and they're just
Right.
having too much fun with it because they're enjoying their character.
Right. Right, because it's all scripted, so everybody knows what's going on. The
And,
producers to the backstage to the characters doing it in the ring.
yeah,
They all know what's going on.
because in real life, a lot of these people are actually married to one another,
Right.
and who the two people that are playing it know that those two girls that are tag teams, the one that's kind of like thinking that, oh, this guy's going to be interested in this girl, he probably already knows that they're both, those two girls are lesbians. You know, because there's a lot of things that you don't see in the background.
Right. Well, you know that we already know that freaking her friend there is a lesbian because she's come out.
Yeah,
And that's why she wears the rainbow towel, and she's the first female lesbian to come out.
yeah. And there's some of these other characters that are coming out too, and they're like playing on it, and they're just using their characters to play on it. They enjoy it, and you see how good these guys are doing it. And a lot of people, and there are some people there say, "Oh, wrestling's so real." No, it isn't. It's all an act. It's
Right.
all a game for them so that they entertain people.
Right. And that's one of the reasons why Vince McMahon didn't fight too much when WWF, as in World Wildlife Federation,
Yeah,
sued them, because he that's why he made it WWE, to make sure there was entertainment in the title.
hmm
So people knew that it was basically like a sports soap opera almost,
yeah,
that it was all entertainment. And
yeah. And it was all fun, and it was all in the game. And a lot of people, at the end of the day, they a lot of these superstars go out and have a drink, or some
Right.
don't drink because they know that what they have done in their past. So they're not drinking alcohol, they're drinking like water or something.
Yep.
Because, like Stone Cold drinks beer. And he actually does drink beer because,
Yep.
but he doesn't drink it aggressively as his character does
Right.
on it. He knows his limits. Because,
Yep.
like there's certain rules that you cannot do on television. Number one was you cannot always drink alcohol on it because there are certain rules. Some of these were not non-alcoholic, but some of them were real alcohol. And so
Yep.
he kind of crushes them, and he's like drinking it, but he's not like drinking it like regularly like everybody else. He's like,
Right. Like he doesn't swallow half of it. Half of it goes down his chest.
yeah. He's like he'll take some of it in, but he
Right.
knows certain rules. And when you literally see these guys play these type of like characters, like, okay, you're gonna see more interesting stuff going on in the WWE than you see on any other show. Because right now they're trying to play on this Lana and Bobby Lashley, Rusev.
Yeah.
Right now Rusev, you don't see Rusev as much because he's like kind of really getting sick and tired of the storylines, but he still wants to be a part of it. But when you see him come out and battle Bobby Lashley, him and Bobby Lashley are actually really good friends. A lot of people don't understand. Yes, there's also a lot of people that hate each other on the WWE. Like The Undertaker doesn't really like CM Punk because they have a hate relationship too.
Right.
But they played on it because they know each other.
Right. Right.
It's like-
Undertaker really doesn't respect anybody that's not like a company man, that's not looking to show the younger guys what they're supposed to do and teach them the right ways.
Mhm.
And that's CM Punk. He could care less about the younger guys.
Yeah, and CM Punk is like a lot of people hated him at times, and there's people that liked him at times.
Right. I thought he was a good wrestler as far as his character.
You froze.
I didn't really care for his character, but I thought he was a good wrestler.
Mhm. And then the was it CM Punk, a few others that I seen that I really did not like at all times. That I think were the worst wrestlers in the WWE, but were good at times. At times, you know, like the Road Dogg and Badass Billy Gunn.
Yep. Jesse James and Billy Gunn.
Yeah. Well, Billy Gunn is now with AEW,
Yep.
but I sort of I miss all these. I miss the DX because you had Triple H, Shawn Michaels, China, Billy Gunn, Road Dogg, and then you had
X-Pac.
Rick Rude and X-Pac, and then a few others. What I really liked is when they both remember that Hornswoggle wanted to be their mascot.
Yep.
That was the funniest part. I laughed. I enjoyed it when Hornswoggle took him to small court. You see a judge the same size as Hornswoggle, and you see Triple H and Shawn Michaels being these two tall guys have to sit in these small chairs
Yep.
defending themselves.
I mean, and that's like, I think that's part of it now is they don't do some of the backstage stuff that they used to do back in the day. Like, they don't make it as almost like it's just all like drama now. They don't have any like comedy relief anymore. And
Well, see, because when Hornswoggle finally was accepted by DX, they really like how, a lot of people like how they treated Hornswoggle. In reality, the guy who played Hornswoggle was a good friend of both of them.
yep.
And he said, I enjoyed playing with the little character. I also enjoyed playing this bastard son of Vince McMahon.
Yep.
It was all fun and games. It was all
Right. Like back in the day, they weren't afraid to poke fun at themselves,
yeah.
and now they don't. And
Well, nowadays they're if someone like says something offensive,
right
go
now,
after-
it's all too politically correct and PG rated, and
it's like the same situation when a lot of people start hearing that Hogan said the N word,
yep.
and there was a lot of people who were defending Hogan. Even the black wrestlers were defending Hogan because he came from the era that people used to say those words at times. But nowadays, you're like ousted, you're criticized, you're
Yep.
condemned, and that's why a lot of these people can't do, like have a little fun with it without somebody being offended and causing more problems.
Yep. That's one of the reasons why I wouldn't want to be. Yeah, Dreams. People do get way too offended today over everything. And that's one of the reasons why I would hate to be a celebrity today, because you can't do anything, even in your private time, without it being scrutinized. and picked apart, and everything you say held against you, no matter if you're in your own private home or if you're in a locker room or like I'm sorry, like when they were talking about President Trump when he first was running
Yeah.
and he talked about women. It's like he wasn't there were no women around when he was talking about it. It was in a men's locker room. It was men's conversation. Like it just I don't think it was right for and that's with any celebrity. What they say in their own private time, if no one in that direct area was offended at that time, who the hell are we to get offended because they said it 5 years later?
Or they said it 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
Right. It's like how like I don't understand. If you're not there at that moment to be offended, you have no right to be offended.
In the worst thing, they literally go after a lot of these celebrities today is, they're getting celebrities are not are trying to push this political correctness on a lot of people, and a lot of people are getting angry with these celebrities too, and justifiably. Yes, you can be angry with them, you can hate them, you
Right.
can do all that. It's like, but it's like how these wrestlers, back then were playing on it. Like I said, when Hornswoggle took him to court, he took him to small people court,
Right.
and all these people on that thing literally knew it was just it was a way of having a little fun
Right.
out of respect, because they never treated Hornswoggle or any
Right.
of the midget
And I bet you
wrestlers
any
the
amount
same.
of money, all the people that were offended were regular sized people that got offended for little people saying, "How dare they make a play on this?" It's
Yeah,
like it's like the white people that get offended for the American Indians or the black people. It's like you have no idea what that person's going through. How dare
no,
you be offended for them?
no, and a lot of,
And that's my thing. It's like
because when I saw it, I was enjoying it. I was laughing.
right,
I mean, heck, I knew it was all a game, because those people that literally were doing this little people's court were real people
right,
enjoying having a little fun
right. They were
with
having
DX,
fun. It's
and DX literally knew that they were having fun with them, because even knowing Hornswoggle was a midget, a lot of people said, "Well, you're using offensive words."
right. That's
Yeah,
politically incorrect now.
yeah, but midget, it means a small stature, and it's
Right,
and, uh, and dwarfism is another offensive word that a lot of people
right.
want to ban, and a lot of people call themselves dwarfs because that's the term that they knew,
Yep.
and they thought, well, you can pick them up, you can. No, you don't do that. Because even knowing that they're now, right now, the term right now is little people. It's little people is because, yeah, they have dwarfism. It's a disease that literally doesn't cause them to grow.
Yep.
It's like,
I hear your dreams. It's the same with me. I'm 5 foot tall. So I'm literally like an inch from being a midget legally. And it's like I could get offended by short jokes, but I don't because I'm short. What am I gonna do? Like fat jokes. I'm
well,
fat. I don't care. It's what I am.
I've seen people criticize people for being overweight, and
Yep.
and a lot, and I'll tell you truthfully, I had a weight problem. I was over 250 some pounds. I lost about maybe almost 65 pounds. Because right now I'm at 175. Without, if I'm wearing clothes, I'm about 180, 185. It's like you add 10 pounds of your clothing on.
Dreams, that's always my response. That God only lets things grow until they reach perfection. So I just reached it sooner than you did.
You froze there.
That's what I always tell
Sure.
people. I just reached perfection sooner than you did. It took you longer.
Well, I mean, there are people that literally, you see them, and you see how some of these people live too. If you like literally walk into a guy's and you didn't know that he was a midget or a little person nowadays, you say, well, okay, why are you saying this midgets? That's term back in the 70s and the
Yep.
80s that a lot of people didn't understand.
Yep. Or another one I do dreams is Jimmy and I hunt. Jimmy's 6'2". I'm 5 foot. And there was this one day he was walking behind me in the woods and he was like, you literally walk through under every branch, every stick that sticks out from a tree. He's like, here I am making all the noise in the world because I got to move them. He's like, and you just walking along like,
which in a way for someone that small, it's like, okay, you can walk under things.
right.
I have to like kind of duck if I walk into something that's smaller
Well,
than
and that
me.
was his point. Like he had to move all the branches because, like I said, he's 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
So he was making all kinds of noise, moving the branches and shit. And I was able to just go right on through, walk at my regular pace, not having to touch a one.
Yeah. Some people, because I remember all these midget wrestlers. I remember these small people.
I actually used to like the midget wrestling they used to do back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah. Nowadays you don't see that. Well, maybe you'll see it in one of these independent wrestling things, but you're not going to see it in WWE. You're not going.
Right. Like I think it's more
can't-
insulting for them to treat them like they're carnival spectators, like they're
Yeah,
attractions for a carnival.
which for a lot of people who had types of disabilities or types of problems.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
a lot-
think that's more insulting
a
to
lot
do
of-
that than
Yeah. And Vince hated treating these people like that.
Yep. Hello, Custom Wheels Horse Tractor. How are you? Thank you for joining.
See, because if you looked at how even when that situation with Hornswoggle being his legitimate son, Vince played on that as best he could. He enjoyed it. He didn't treat Hornswoggle that way. He treated him as a person that with respect.
Yep.
Triple H and HBK also treated all these people the same way.
Right. Like I think honestly my favorite part of Hornswoggle was when he was freaking what's his face's little leprechaun living under the ring. And you never knew when he was gonna come out. And he would come out and start running around the ring and he'd bite people.
I can't think of this. I know who you're talking about. I can't
Finley.
think of Finley.
Finley. Yep. So he was Finley's little leprechaun and he lived under the ring. That was my favorite part of Hornswoggle.
Yeah, and Finley I had a little fun with, but he had a friendship with him, and he treated and a lot of people don't realize is that Finley is actually his brother.
Yep.
they're brothers. I mean, a lot of people didn't know that. It's like, okay, Finley hated how people tried to disrespect him, but after a while, he started Hornswoggle started getting a little bit better, and when he started talking himself, that was fun. That was fun.
Yep. Yep.
Because he always talked in this language that everybody didn't quite understand.
Yeah, it was more like a growl or a brogue.
Yeah.
And then the year that he was in the Royal Rumble, do you remember when he?
Yes, when you first wrestled,
Yep.
you froze a bit.
Yeah, I saw the Wheel of Death.
It's like when you see him, he was actually the first small person to be with these 30-some guys taller than him. One guy wanted to pick him up and throw him over the ropes, but then what he did is he runs right underneath them. They try to catch him.
Yep.
No one could catch him until they finally threw him over the ropes, and then when he said, "That's cool."
Yep. Or like when they had Doink the Clown with his 3 midgets against Jerry Lawler in the King's Court
Oh, that was
in
funny.
the Survivor Series match.
Yeah.
And then all the little people turned against Jerry Lawler because he was mean to them.
See, Jerry Lawler, a lot of people don't know is that he played his character, but when he told them that I'm going to treat you mean, I want you to turn on me. So they all turned on him. Doink the Clown enjoyed that because when you saw Doink laughing and how all of them turned against him, because it was Jerry the King Lawler who told these guys, turn on me so that way he wins, because
Yeah.
that way but he really never held any grudges against these guys for doing that,
Right.
because he loved it. Jerry King Lawler loved being the bad guy.
Right. And he always made a good bad guy.
Yeah.
He was never really a good face guy.
No. I mean, people love to hate him. It's
Exactly.
like some of these guys could play a very good bad guy, and people would enjoy hating him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, some of them are definitely like the whole Bailey thing. Bailey's better as a face than she is as a heel,
yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, and I'll tell you, I don't like how she looks now, because she looks kind of not good looking at times.
Yeah.
But
Like I just think she like doesn't have that, like she cares too much.
yeah,
She cares too much what people think of her. And I think that's what makes her not a good heel.
yeah.
Is because she genuinely cares what her fans think of her.
Well, she cares about what her fans think of her.
Right. And I think that's her biggest.
I think her fans are trying to tell her, please stop.
Right.
We're not angry. We're not going to be angry with you. We just don't like how you're turning out to be. It's like, okay, Nikolai Volkov.
Yep. He was a really good heel. People loved to hate him.
Yeah, and then the Iron Sheik.
Yep.
Because
It's like they almost like they took their character and they found the boos and the yelling and screaming at them as their cheers.
Yeah.
So it's like they thought that was just like there's some
But,
wrestlers that will say
but
the
in
more you get
but
booed, the better you are.
but in reality, they didn't really care if people booed them because they enjoyed it, because they
Right,
loved it. And in reality, the fans always got their autographs from them because
right,
they know they know that they're not really like that, and
right. It's like
realize
some of them realize that the more you get booed, it just means you're doing
something better.
your right. You're doing it right.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
making people hate you, and that's your job right now.
and right now, Seth Rollins is playing the bad guy. He knows how to play it. He
Right,
also knows how to play a good guy, but I think he's kind of gone back to his base, where because I remember the Shield being the most hated group with
yeah,
him, Dean Ambrose, and Roman Reigns, both attacking people, and people would boo him, but then all of a sudden people started cheering him because
right.
it's like because they knew how to play both sides. The reason why I say Seth Rollins knew what he does is because he likes the boos more than the cheers at times.
Right. I mean, and like that's like even when the Shield was bad, when their music hit, I still got excited because I knew something was going to happen.
I was
You know what I mean? Like you knew something good was going to happen.
I expected nothing but something that literally would someone's going to get
Exactly.
hurt.
Like there's just certain music that hits that you're like, oh shit, something's going to happen. And it just makes you like it just amps up the show from there.
See, the thing is, I like how Seth Rollins being the bad guy more than the good guy at times because the way him and his new tag team partner are both bad guys, and with those two other guys that they
Oh,
team,
AOP, yep.
yeah, a lot of people are booing him, but in reality, they're really cheering him
Right.
because they know how to play on being more of a heel than the good guys
Yep.
because these two guys came from NXT because they were more of bad people on NXT, so they started saying, "Well, let's do it on Raw." And then when they started doing it on Raw, they they didn't. Not one time they ever attacked Seth Rollins. Maybe a few times they did, but when Seth Rollins decided to say, "Hey, let's work on this.
Yeah.
Let's make this work more because you guys knew what you're doing." So that's why a lot of people thought that those three guys would be the new Shield. Instead, well, Seth Rollins does not want to use the same name.
Right.
He rather just use his name has been.
The funny thing is that I sometimes wonder, especially more now, is I wonder if it's almost a slap in the face to CM Punk. Because if you remember back in the day, CM Punk started his own following and he was the leader and the chosen one and he had followers. And it almost seems like with Seth Rollins calling himself the Monday Night Messiah and him having followers that it's almost going around the same lines.
Yeah, but with CM Punk, remember that one lady that came up and got her head shaved?
Yep. Hi, Bubbles.
Is that your cat?
Yeah, that's my Thomas.
See, when that happened, a lot of people thought, "Why did she go out and shave her head for?" She did that because she supported CM Punk. It's a cute cat.
Thanks. That's my Bubba boys. He
I,
likes to every now and then show an appearance.
I like cats so much. I got a cat here.
Would you get
See,
Oh, he's sleeping.
He sleeps.
See, he sleeps, Bubbas. Thomas likes to catch mice, so he tends to stay up at night. Huh, Bubbas?
Yeah, but I don't have mice around here.
We have a river right across the street, so every now and then one will come up because they get, especially now because it's so cold out,
Uh-huh.
they'll crawl in through our basement and find their way up through one of the closets or something.
Yeah.
But that's what he's for. Huh, Tommy? He's like, Mama, I don't want to be on camera right now. Huh, I don't want to be on camera.
Like when I see some of these other stars who try to play bad guys, because when I go back and I remember Ric Flair being more of a bad guy than a good guy, then people booed him, people cheered him, people
Yep.
accepted him. I like all these superstars who knew how to play their character right. When they knew how to play it, people would still see him, will still support him,
Right.
even if they're bad guys, like Nikolai Volkov. Nikolai Volkov, who actually was a Russian.
Yep.
I mean, it was like the Soviets, the Iranians, because a lot of people did not know that Iron Sheik was from Iran. And that's why he played his character as being more of a hater of America. And people would, when you hear Nikolai Volkov doing the Russian national anthem, you're like, okay, I don't want to hear that. You would mute the sound.
Yeah, but it was great at the same time to see Hulk Hogan come out and beat them up because he was the All-American and he was defending our country. And
yeah, back then it was like, okay, yeah, you have those guys. But today, we're gonna one of the guys I think would probably be a better heel is Ali.
yeah,
This guy who he is Muslim.
Yep.
I think he would probably be a better heel than a good guy because the people are now starting to boo this guy more.
yep. But then again, WWE would get backlash from it because they're making Muslims out to look bad. And that's why they can't go on the same things, because they would say that Muslims are already getting a bad rap just by being Muslim.
Well, see, the thing is this. The reason why I'm saying that this guy's getting booed, but he's getting cheers too. He's getting both.
Right, because a lot of people want to see him succeed, but a lot of people also don't like him just for the fact that he's Muslim.
Yeah.
Or his character's Muslim.
Well, see, he's actually a Muslim. He's
right. I know he is.
Because I seen where he was waving to his wife to have her come up in front with his daughter. That's still a touching moment, seeing that he still loves his wife.
Yep.
And his kid, because people want to see if he can play a bad guy, but not like a crazed person, but just something that he could do. He would be good. He would be good. And there would be people cheering him and there would be people booing him.
Yep.
I would say good for him. Let him play. But if people are saying that, well, you're going to get all Muslim fence. No, you're just saying that this character, he's just playing a character. He's doing a character work.
Right.
He's just not. I mean, in reality, he really likes his fans. He really enjoys being around his fans. But some of his fans not everybody really cares for some of these people, but I like if I ever met that guy, I would tell him, be honest with you, I think you would have been a better heel than a
Yep.
than a guy, a hero or a good guy. But I would tell him I understand that people would give him more, give the WWE more backlash. He doesn't want, in reality, he doesn't want that because he understands his culture.
Right.
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with playing a bad guy at times, because the way he can do it probably would be beneficial for him
Right.
and the company itself. But like I said, like the company will get backlash,
Yep.
get hating on, saying, "Oh, you're making this guy look bad. You're making us all look bad."
Right.
No,
Like
no.
today, they can't do most of the storylines they used to do
Yeah.
because somebody would get offended and it would become news and somebody would sue them.
Well, they're still being sued today. A lot of people
Right.
don't understand that, and a lot of people are upset with the WWE at times.
Yep.
And legit, there's some legit things, and then there's some that are not so legit.
Right. It's like some people just don't get that it's literally entertainment. It's a show. Nothing that happens on TV is real. None of the characters are real. They all have their own personas, their personal lives.
Yeah.
They don't live the lives that they live on TV. And some people don't get that.
And to be honest with you, I would like to meet this guy too in person and tell him that you're doing a heck of a good job.
Yep.
I wouldn't care if he's a Muslim. I would say, hey, you're doing a good job as a superstar. Just as long as people understand that there are people that are not going to like you no matter what. It's not what faith you are. You can be Islam or a Muslim. It's just that they literally look at all people like that and they categorize people in
Yep.
one group or another. And I also understand that WWE doesn't want to do that too. But to make him a bad guy, make him a really good bad guy, but not like how people would say, okay, well, you're comparing him to all the Muslims. Well,
Right.
not every Muslim are going to be like some of those people.
Right. But people don't get that. Like, there's still regular Muslims on the street that get attacked just because of the way they look.
Yeah.
Or what they believe. It's like they could be born and raised here and not even from another country, but because they're Muslim.
Yeah, and in reality, this guy was born. A lot of people don't.
Right.
He was born here in the United
Right.
States. He just has family that are Muslims. He's Muslim.
Right.
He has a different belief than us, but he literally likes being a part of the WWE. But I think a lot of people are seeing that he's also getting shafted at times because of his beliefs. And like I said, if he comes out like being a really bad guy, but more of what he can do for himself to give people like what he looks at and he enjoys it.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter what beliefs you have. Anyone could play a bad guy. I mean, heck, I remember Razor Ramon. He was a hell of a good bad guy.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, heck, he would literally tell people, And when he takes out that toothpick and he flinks at a person,
The toothpick.
yeah, he will flink at a person. He purposely he will not. He's not going to aim at a person's eye because he knows that
Right.
he will flink it more at his person's chest.
Right. That's usually where he threw it, was at the chest.
You know, because he didn't want to hurt anybody. Because, well, see, like Razor Ramon would play so good at being a bad guy, and that Razor's Edge, when he uses it on people, he knew how to do it right because
Yep.
he would see that he would see how if he did it wrong, he could permanently injure the person. Because he actually would lift the person
Yep.
higher than him. So the way he more would land on his back than where his head and his neck is. Because if he did it wrong, he could have broken somebody's neck.
Yep.
It's like all these moves that they do.
Yep. You got to know what you're doing. You definitely got to know what you're doing. You got to know how to be the recipient of the move and to know how to do the move, to give the move.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't know how to take the fall, that's just as bad as being the person giving the move that don't know what he's doing.
Yeah. And you know Ric Flair's figure 4 leg lock.
Viewed this. Hello.
It could have broken somebody's legs.
Right.
But he knew how to do it right because it wouldn't be as permanent. It would be more temporary, but it would cause a person pain because they would walk a little bit funny at times because people would later on have problems like that too.
Right. Viewed this. Like, hello. But yeah, like I was saying, you got to know how to take the move as well as give the move. If the person doesn't know he's supposed to tuck his head or something like that, they can get hurt.
Like the Undertaker does a tombstone.
Right.
He actually caused an injury to Stone Cold Steve Austin when
That was Owen Hart.
Owen Hart.
Yeah, Owen Hart did the pile driver on Steve Austin and broke his neck.
Okay, yeah, well, he did it. Well, when Owen Hart did it wrong,
Yep.
Owen Hart was upset for doing it wrong because he and Steve Austin, if he was still alive, he would still be with Steve Austin, his friends.
Right, they were friends. A lot of them were friends, and they didn't mean to do it, but sometimes it happens. If it's not a move you do all the time,
yeah,
then
and today Steve does not have any ill will to Owen Hart because after that day that he fell from the ceiling because he was being, like, what was it, like how Steen was coming down?
Yep.
The exact same thing as when he fell. He landed mostly on his back, but a lot of people don't notice that ring.
Hello.
That ring that he had that does not give that will because a lot of people got injured on that ring. And yes, there's plywood. There are metal rods underneath. That's why they know where to hit on.
Right. There's certain areas of the ring where they should hit and certain areas they shouldn't. Right.
Because right in the middle of that ring, because I remember that one time when that ring collapsed on the weight of a lot of, who was it?
It was originally Brock Lesnar and the Big Show.
Yeah. When Brock Lesnar slammed Big Show, that ring collapsed. because they set it up so where it can collapse, then injure the Big Show, because the Big Show would have been severely injured if that ring did not collapse at a certain point. It's like you're damn if you do, if you damn if you don't, because you may end up causing more severe injury to a superstar than to a person who's probably coming out of, because I'm getting sick and tired of having these people coming from the outside in and not knowing what some of these moves are going to do to some of these people.
Yep.
Because I think some of these people know what most people are getting into at times. Other superstars know when not to cause more injury or something like that. The biggest danger for any of these superstars is a broken back, neck injury that would cause them to be paralyzed, or a broken arm or broken leg, where they would be out for a while. Because I remember that one time where Sid Vicious' leg broke.
Jumped off the top rope and broke his leg.
Yeah, it snapped.
Yeah.
And Sid Vicious wished he'd never done that move because.
Yep.
But since he already done it.
Right.
Yeah,
because he wasn't one to go off the top rope.
No.
So, and that's what I mean by if it's not something you're used to doing. That's like Randy Orton when he first came out. He separated his shoulder because he tried being a high-flying wrestler, and his body he wasn't used to it.
Yeah, he said.
And he landed wrong and separated his shoulder. I think he said it was Arn Anderson that told him to stop being like other people, to do his own thing, that he wasn't meant to jump off the rope because that wasn't his style.
Yeah, a lot of these superstars who can do flips knew how to land on a person.
Right.
Because if you see, they're not necessarily in the middle ring. They're more like on the outskirts.
Right. I mean, like Rey Mysterio, when he slides out of the ring onto the floor and keeps sliding. Yeah. He knows how to do that move so he doesn't get hurt. He does it almost every match. But if somebody else were to do that didn't know what they were doing, they'd end up getting hurt.
Yeah, a lot of these floors that a lot of people don't understand the reason why they put mats around the floor, so it doesn't cause that much injury.
Because it's all cement underneath.
Yeah. And a lot of these superstars know how to land right on the mat, so it doesn't cause them injury, because that mat is about maybe this thick.
Right. It's not very thick at all.
I mean,
not for being on cement.
No. And you can get very severely injured if you do not land it on the right. And that's why some of these guys know how to do training, and that's why they learn so much. Hey, Dreamer.
Hi.
But that's like, I remember during one of the Undertaker Shawn Michaels WrestleMania matches, there was one match that Undertaker came flying out of the ring to jump on Shawn Michaels. Well, Shawn Michaels was supposed to move. Shawn Michaels moved. The cameraman, who was a wrestler, was supposed to catch Undertaker and didn't.
Yeah.
And Undertaker, he didn't get hurt, thankfully.
No.
But that wrestler got a slack of shit afterwards because he didn't catch he was supposed to break the Undertaker's fall and didn't. And Undertaker ended up going head first into the floor.
Yeah. Well, he didn't. He nearly could have had more injury because.
Right. Well, and that's why the other guy got a bunch of slack, was because Undertaker could have really been hurt.
the thing is that when they do that move, when somebody flies out of the ring and you have a group of wrestlers, they know how to land right on those people because
Right.
a lot of those guys were expecting him to do that
Right.
because they knew that's what he's going to do.
Well, and that was the thing. The cameraman knew the Undertaker was going to do it,
Yeah,
and knew his job was to catch. He was supposed to drop the camera and catch the Undertaker,
yeah.
and he didn't.
And that really kind of pissed off a lot of people too.
Right. Right.
And you'll still see that match happen. It's like, okay, because every wrestler knows what to do.
Right.
Even the women. I seen some of these women wrestlers do some crazy stunts
Yep.
because they were being taught by the guys. They know because the guys tell them, even knowing that some of these girls have boobs, if they hit it right on the spot, they can injure themselves too.
Right.
And I'm not saying anything that's derogatory. It's just that they
Right.
have
It
to
doesn't
learn.
matter if they're a woman, a man, or a woman.
Yeah,
It's all the same
it-
move. If they hit it wrong, they're gonna get hurt.
yeah, and they will get injured. And like one of my China, who's like one of the first ones to ever did a battle royal with all the guys. Who throws her over? Stone Cold. Told her, you want to be one of the guys? You're going over the rope. She got a little mad at him, but in reality, she knew that he didn't have any will for her because
Right.
because she was the very first woman to participate. The second woman was Beth Phoenix.
Yep.
And she thought, maybe if I win, I'll go after one of these challenges. Well, she got thrown over the rope. She didn't get mad. She walked away and she said, "The hell with this! I don't like how these guys played." But later on when she came back, she battled on the women's battle royal because the women started doing the same thing. And it was much more interesting to see that back then they would throw them between the ropes. Because if they threw them over the rope, they would have caused their injury.
No, they wouldn't. It's a regular Royal Rumble.
Yeah, well, back then they didn't throw them over the ropes. The actual over the ropes. It took them a while just to say, okay, well, since you guys are able to do it, we'll allow you. But they were supposed to be thrown between the top rope and the second rope. That's the only way they can get counted out. That was actually one of the first women battle royals they ever had, where they only, until later on, they literally started throwing them over the rope and said, "Hey, if a guy can do it, why can't a woman go over the rope?" And then you start seeing a lot of these women's being thrown over the rope, and some of the women knew how to land right because they understand there's concrete in that pad that's not thick enough to, that thin, that still can cause injury to even the male wrestlers.
Right. But like I said, it doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. If they hit wrong, they're gonna get hurt.
And like that one time when we were talking about the guy where Mandy was thrown over the rope, lands lands on that guy Otis. I thought that was the funniest thing. Now, how did he get there? No one knew he was there. But she was never counted out. She's like saved.
Yep.
Until
See what happens when you bake someone you love a cake. They're there when you need them.
oh, you're talking about the cake and
yeah, the I'm sorry cake.
I'm sorry, cake after the ham.
Yeah. After the ham and the fruit cake.
Yeah.
Oh god, that was the funniest one. Like I said, so many of these wrestlers likes to play their character right.
Mm-hmm.
Good characters and bad characters. Like a lot of people are not really liking Bayley at times, but some people like her still today.
Yeah.
She's trying her best, but she's not really cutting it.
Maybe they should change her hair up a little bit more. New gear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like she still looks like the same old Bayley.
Right. It's I don't think I think it like you said, I think the whole goth thing, it doesn't fit her.
No, it doesn't. The only person that it fits more is Rose.
Seth again.
Where the Riot Squad.
Oh yeah.
Ruby Riot.
Yeah, Ruby Riot.
She is more of a goth person.
Right, and she always has been since day one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I know that she's going to play a good character because she's trying
on top of it, please.
She's trying to do what she can on her character. She wants that's getting distracting.
So what do you guys think about this, how the whole Saudi Arabia went from all men's wrestling and it's starting to go into women being involved?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a good thing for Saudi Arabia, but
I'm supporting it because the reason why I'm saying is that some of these Roman should be wrestling in Saudi Arabia, but there's certain restrictions on them because
clothing.
Yeah, you cannot show any skin in that country.
Right.
You can get in trouble. Well, see,
imagine how hot that is.
Right.
Yes, it's very hot.
I mean, but I guess it's an upgrade because they went from women not even being allowed to travel with them to women being able to wrestle for them.
Yeah.
It felt good seeing little girls in the audience being able to finally have that female role model to look up to.
And that's what I mean by I think it's a good thing for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, in the way it is, because the way the culture in Saudi Arabia, women are not allowed to do anything. But now it's starting to change more and more. It's just that some of these people are going to literally be against it. I don't care. I think if these women can do good in Saudi Arabia, they can do good in any other country.
More power to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I actually got to see the very first match that was it. I'm trying to think of the two wrestlers that went to Saudi, women wrestlers.
It was Natalia and Lacey Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they have to wear their full gear, full
the t-shirt
covered, and then.
Well, see that they had to follow the rules because, well, see the thing is, the thing is, it wasn't really hot for them because the building they were in was fully air conditioned. It kept them very cool. They knew it was not getting hot for them. It's like how they were put in a good situation.
What's going on?
Hey, View.
Not much.
Just go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're welcome.
Oh. Well, I don't know if I'm welcome, but I was barge in.
No, you. What do you think about that?
Bugsy.
Real quick, Doris, is Jimmy behind you? Or has he just got you running back there?
He is. I think he's actually in the living room watching TV.
I was watching you guys talk, and when it was just you and Raven on, there was a big picture of you on the screen, and when you leaned back, you could see yourself, and then you could see yourself in the background right behind you.
Yeah, because he started my stream.
Good, that's good, man. So what's going on? We're talking wrestling, huh?
We're talking wrestling.
Yeah. So I heard I've been listening for a while. I've been editing. Oh my gosh. So I heard what you were saying about women and the going between the top and middle rope. That was like the 80s.
Yeah.
A long time ago. No, it was actually WWE. WWF then did a few of them. Glow and POW was a really odd situation. They were kind of, from my knowledge anyway, they were kind of just one. They were just one big. It was an acting company. Like those weren't wrestlers at all. They were just an acting company, which is really weird. But no, WWE had that policy. Women broke out, in my opinion, and I'm not discounting anything. I mean, I know a lot of people hate the Fabulous Moolah. They hate Mae Young. I get it. I understand why. I think that they did a lot for women's wrestling, but whatever. But there's a lot of people that absolutely hate those two women because they were basically like they were madams.
Right.
If you when everything was territories,
Yeah, they were.
Moolah and Mae Young were the queens of up and down the East Coast. So if you wanted a job, then you had to. Moolah got you pay. She gave you what she thought you earned. They kept them in a big house. They were expected to screw the male wrestlers. It was crazy. So anyway, ECW, I think, was the big breakthrough,
I think so too.
Yeah, nobody saw anything going on until, like, with women in wrestling as far as, like, crazy stuff going on. Until we saw, like, Beulah McGillicuddy getting, power bombed off the top rope through a table by Bubba Ray. When we started seeing stuff like that, it was like, what the hell is happening? And WWE followed suit at that time. WWE started doing mixed gender matches. They started having China beat guys up. And, things were progressing on the WWE side and the ECW side, which was kind of cool, ECW showed that women could take bumps. At that time, WWE showed that a woman could get jacked up and beat up a man. That's really all they had. ECW was the one that was. It's so funny to even say this because when you look at the big three at the time, which was ECW, WCW, and WWE, ECW, which is the one that everybody accuses of being a hack federation and blah blah blah, they're the ones that progressed women in wrestling. It was all them.
Yep.
It really was. Yeah, that is true. It's like. Mm-hmm. The ECW, Paul Heyman, who actually ran the company, actually supported women in wrestling, and he literally made sure that the women were even treated as equals too.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. I believe you if that's the truth. I don't really know, but I do know that they pushed them.
Yeah, I'll just say this: I'm more on speculation because. I don't know what they really did to the women at times because, but I'm just saying it's all speculation until Paul Heyman says something that he knows.
Yeah. No, Paul Heyman in real life, not just as a character, but in real life with Paul Heyman, you can't believe anything you hear out of that man. You can only believe about 10% of what you see. But he I like Paul. I'd love to hang out with Paul Heyman. I bet you he's a cool son of a bitch, and he's a smart guy. he did a lot of people dirty, but I don't think he was in a situation where he couldn't have done it any different, you know.
Right.
But when you look at what was going on in his federation, and a lot of these women were wives of wrestlers, you know,
Yeah.
and they were getting involved. But when you look at what was going on in his federation, like I said, WWE at the time, they had China, but they also had Vince McMahon sexually harassing every other woman on the roster.
Right.
That's what
Right.
was
They
going
were
on.
treated as objects instead of
They
wrestlers.
weren't progressing.
Yeah, they were.
They always had like bra and panties matches or pillow matches.
Right. And Trish Stratus was the one that kind of broke them out of that, and then Lita came and fought, you know, kind of helped as well, and you know, and then they still went back to divas after that. They were all divas, and it was glad to see they finally broke out of it. You look back, God bless you, Doris. You look back in history. You're welcome. You look back in history, and there's a lot of time when there wasn't even a women's championship. They just didn't even care, you know. I mean, I remember they had, you know.
Yeah, they had a women's champion, but it was not as pristine as the men's champion. They treated the women's champion more of a like, okay, well, we're looking at women like this. This is how we're supposed to. No.
Well, they had women's champion, and Mua actually wrestled, and she was a badass woman. And Wendy Richter was really good. Rockin' Robin was a good champion. But what I'm saying is, there's actually they care so little about that championship. Like they had wrestlers.
They didn't.
They had wrestlers, and then they turned it into crap. And really, what I'm saying was there was a time when there wasn't even a championship. There wasn't even one. When Alundra Blaze left and went on WCW and threw the championship in the trash, that championship didn't come back around for like 7 years, you know?
Yeah.
They were like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You know? I'm just pissed off there's no midgets on the roster anymore. You know?
I agree with you there. It's just that right now it's like they're catering to this politically correct stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is surprising because Vince McMahon's a Republican, so I'm really surprised.
Right.
It's all about corporate money. That's what it's about.
There is actually a female world heavyweight champion, and that's on the Impact.
Yeah, but nobody watches that show. It
No,
sucks.
no, that's why it sucks.
Right.
Well, I mean, nothing wrong with Tess. That's her name.
Yep. Tess Blanchard.
She was treated badly in a lot of places now, and now I notice that a lot of people are treating that title as a joke, which is not really a good thing to do.
He's back.
Hey, Jim.
You're right, but Tessa's father was a hell of a wrestler.
Right.
He was a prick backstage, from what I understand, but he was a hell of a wrestler. And not so much as Ole Anderson was. Ole Anderson was the biggest prick of that group.
Yeah.
But Tully wasn't that nice either.
Ole Anderson.
Yeah, Ole was a prick. But anyway, when it comes to Tully Blanchard, I think it's great that there's girls in wrestling and all that. The problem she's having right now is because she ran her mouth off a few years ago. You're on the internet, you know, this stupid place. You go saying the wrong thing to the wrong person. That's it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So she had some racial tweets like 2 years ago, and those have come up lately. So she has to keep defending herself over those. But here's the problem. The problem is, was it really a racist tweet? Did she really say something bad? Or is someone just overreacting because they're
I think they're more overreacting.
I haven't read it. I don't know. But
Hello. We have a raid going on. Nora, Anthony, Texas Radio, ladies and gentlemen of the round table. Thank you.
Oh, hello, folks. Hello. Good to see you all. Hello, Nora.
Hello.
Anthony, Mark, Lisa.
How do you feel about the women?
Busted.
They're trying to change the women's NXT champion just to the heavyweight champion of the women's division.
Huh?
I heard something that they're saying that
They're taking the word women's out of the
And that-
NXT women's title. So it's going to be, there's just going to be two
heavyweight champion.
heavyweight champion titles for NXT.
One for men and one for women.
Yep.
See, that's
Joseph Grohl.
what I'm talking about. Like, this may not be a politically correct thing. Sometimes these are the kind of things that Vince does to shove it up the ass of political correctness.
Yeah.
Because political correctness, they would want it to be the women's heavyweight championship and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And, sometimes I think he likes to shove shit up the ass of political correctness. I'm not saying he's doing it to be a bad or horrible person, but just enough of a tweak to just make sure that he doesn't give them exactly what they want. Because most
Right.
people that are after political correctness are just after attention anyway. Hey, look at
Thank
me.
you, my sister Donna.
Look at me.
I'm seeing all these champions.
Hey, Donna.
I'm looking at
Ooh.
now there's the UK NXT,
Mm.
Yep.
and I think
There's going to be a Japan NXT too.
yeah,
And every country they do gets their own set of titles. So UK NXT has a heavyweight champion, a women's champion, and tag team champions. And I don't know what the other one is. It's whatever the equivalent of the Northeast Championship is.
Right.
well, there's the North American champion, and then there's the Cruiserweight champion, which is the NXT, but which it was just a Cruiserweight, WWE Cruiserweight.
Right. And now a UK guy has that championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's turning to the NXT, which still today, I mean, NXT started with Wayne Barrett.
Well, that's when the show started. That's
Yeah.
not when NXT started.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that when he came out with his group as NXT, the next gen, it's supposed to be considered the next generation of wrestlers.
Right.
It's like, okay, the NXT now came on its own, and it's now getting really, really good at times. Now they're fighting against
That's
AEW, which is AEW is getting okay at times, but they're battling against NXT, and they're both. Now I'm getting distracted by two cats.
Right? She got two.
Well, I don't get as distracted as easily as cats. Joseph Grohl, you're right. Walter's pretty awesome. I wanted to know, you mentioned Wayne Barrett, who was actually Wade Barrett. I wanted to know, Doris, do you watch NWA?
Yes, I do. And I had actually
just-
said earlier that he's a commentator on there now.
I just started watching it recently, and I love it.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's such a train wreck. It's so sloppy. It's so horrible.
it is.
They're literally
I know.
wrestling in front of like that room is only a third full of people. It's just like a half shell,
Yep.
But it's set up like the old set. I love the 10 pounds of gold thing. That's old school NWA.
Yeah.
But they just can't. It's so weird. You got fat Ken Kennedy. He's got the pot belly on him, and he's out there trying to be tough still, but nobody's taking him seriously. I'm watching him. He's getting blown out in his matches. He's botching moves. Not a lot, but, that's what happens when you get older. You got Ricky Morton.
Yeah,
doing,
Ricky Morton in the Rock and
doing
Roll
Canadian
Express.
doing
They
Canadian
even
Destroyer.
have Dick Murdoch on there.
Really, I missed that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's so crazy, you watch it, and you're like, holy crap. Colt Cabana finally made it on TV. Well, the internet. Colt Cabana's wanted to be a wrestler in a big federation for years and never
Yep.
made it.
Well, some of these stars leaving from the WWE, going to these type of programs, which is probably giving them more prestige. That way, they know that it's being so legit at times. Because I've seen a lot of stars leaving the WWE, which, in a way, it's getting politically. But a lot of these people, things are coming back, like NWA, which
Yeah.
a lot of people don't understand it. NWA was WCW.
Well,
A
WCW
very,
was
very
in-
long time ago, yeah.
Well, when they changed the name to WCW.
Right, when Turner bought it.
Right. Yeah, and then somebody, actually, the guy who got screwed in the Impact deal is the guy who went and bought
The
and revived.
Smashing Pumpkins guy.
That's correct.
The lead singer.
The heck is his name? Doesn't matter. But he's the one who, Killer Cross, Joseph Grohl, it's supposed to be amazing. But he's the one who got it up and going again, pretty much, and it's pretty cool. They just hired Sean Mooney. I thought that was kind of neat. I did not know Dick Douglas were there, but I do. It's I don't know. It's crazy to watch. They're some of the stuff over there is just it's like a train wreck.
Yeah,
it's like nostalgic and good and cringy all at the same time.
Exactly. It's like you can't. It's almost like a car accident. You can't help but watch.
It's nostalgic, good, and cringy. It's like eating a Charleston Chew from 1983. It's so nostalgic, and it's good because it's a Charleston Chew, but it's so cringy because it tastes like shit because it's 26 years old or whatever, 36.
Hold on one second. Nick Gurse, happy birthday. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
But Joseph Grohl, I announced the cross thing like weeks ago. Where were you?
Yeah.
I remember the Von Erichs. I'll tell you that.
Kerry Von Erich was my favorite wrestler for the longest time.
Yeah, the old Texas Tornado.
Yep.
The Von Erichs, the brothers.
Yeah, there was what was that? 3 of them.
Yeah.
There was 3 of them, and then there was 2 like imposter ones. It was like one guy who was legitimately like a cousin, and then there was this other guy who wasn't related at all to the Von Erichs, but he looked just like them all. So they started calling him a Von Erich too. I forget which one he was, but so there ended up being like 5, I think, total on TV. But I mean, geez, so 2 of them died, 2 of them committed suicide. Like, Kevin's the only one left.
Yep, Kevin's the only one alive. Yep.
He's like, what is he? He's got to be in his 50s. Looks like he's in his 80s.
Yeah.
He looks like his dad. Till the day his dad died, his dad got old and he got thicker as he got older. But you could always look at Fritz. God bless you. You could always look at Fritz and be like, I'm not screwing with that old man. There's no way. That old man is in too good of a shape.
Yeah.
So.
See, because I remember some of these people, and I remember watching even a lot of these Saturday night wrestling, or Saturday morning wrestling, when they had it. Like WCW had a Saturday, and then what was it? Friday night wrestling or something like that.
Yeah,
it was like on NBC. It was like part of the WWE or WWE.
Oh, that was
Saturday night main event.
And then later on they did the main event, which was on Friday nights. They used to have They used to have Sunday Night Heat. They did. Remember the old Hulk Hogan's Rock and Wrestling or whatever. It was a cartoon on Saturday morning. Sean O'Hare is dead, I believe. Joseph Grohl.
I was just gonna say, I think he's dead.
Who's Sean Harris?
Sean O'Hare. I think him and Jindrak both died, I believe.
Yeah.
I think
I meet Tito Santana and Bob Orton Hooters once, and Anna Molly and Marty Jannetty. Okay, there's so much wrong with that sentence, Joseph. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to retract that and write it again before I pull it apart. Go ahead. I'm just messing with you, dude. That's cool, man. Tito Santana, Bob Orton. That's awesome, man. And Animal, I actually heard Animal was okay. I met Marty Jannetty. I met King Kong Bundy. What was his name? Who was Cronus or whatever? Not Cronus. Do you remember when they had the guy? He still wrestles with the same gimmick. You'd be blown away. The guy who looked like a blue ninja from the Mortal Kombat game. Glacier. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy.
So
that was supposed to be played on the guy on the what they call the guys who from Mortal Kombat where
Right.
They
Who was
shoot
the guy
eyes.
that came in to fight him though? That was in the green. That's what I'm trying to think of. Chris Canyon's his real name. I just remember.
Yeah, but
He was, what was he? He was Mortis or something like that.
I think it was Mortis or something.
Yeah, I
Like
think it was Mortis or something like that. But anyways, I met him. I got some friends in wrestling. I worked in wrestling for about 3 years. I worked as a manager in a small little federation, just messing around. But I had some friends that I managed in that federation that ended up actually going on and, you know, doing a lot more. So like I got a buddy of mine who ended up buying a federation in Maine, up in Lewiston, Maine. He bought it from Tony Atlas, and then he hired Tony Atlas to work at the company as the head booker. So Tony Atlas booked all the shows for him and stuff. It was pretty cool. But yeah, it's
there's still independent wrestlers. There's still independent companies out there. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I'm going to one Sunday.
Because the very first ever WWE event I went to was when they had here in my state, which it was over at the Pit, which they call it the Pit. It was very interesting to see John Cena. They said the Great Khali was there. They said he was a lot taller than what a lot of people didn't understand how big that guy was.
All right.
I mean, that guy literally was like, okay, they said when you stand next to him, he was like, maybe your head would probably touch right up to his abdomen.
Joseph, that's exactly what he's doing, is playing games.
I saw that back there. I was gonna
I'm like, did you hear everybody saying hi to you? He's like, no. I'm like, everybody was saying hi when they saw you come back to the chair.
Doris, one of these days I'm going to come visit you too. And when I do, I'm going to bring you like 5 containers of tennis balls to leave at your desk. And that way, when we get in this situation again, I can be like, Doris, would you please throw one of those tennis balls at Jimmy?
I'll do it.
Jimmy needs to kind of take a break from gaming for a bit. But I understand. Okay.
Raven, I got a question for you real fast.
Yeah.
Separate non-wrestling question. I've had a lot of computer issues, everything else, so I kind of haven't been around on YouTube as much. Just while I got things back in order. I'm back in order now, but are you still making videos and stuff?
Yeah,
I was watching your videos for a little while.
I'm not always. I rarely do videos at times because when I'm trying to make good videos, I come up with topics. But
I like your topics.
I literally talk about all things. I mean, even if it's about the way the evolution of the internet has gone, is what we're on right now.
Yeah. I just was wondering. All right, cool. I'll have to go and check them out. Hey, Joseph Grohl, I see you said something about the AWA. That you like the AWA, whatever. I used to love the AWA. I remember a couple of guys from there. I remember Iceman King Parsons, the Missing Link. Bruiser Brody wrestled in there, and then and every time they'd announce somebody, they repeat the last name. So there was like the one guy in the federation that was like the best guy for the longest time. And I remember reading some story about how this guy was like, he had the lockdown on the AWA for the longest time, and like Bruno Sammartino was trying to get in there, and he was pissed because this guy was like cock blocking him out of the Fed and a couple other guys, and it was Jumpin' Joe Savolti. And I remember Jumpin' Joe Savolti. They'd always be like Jumpin' Joe Savolti, and then the guy would pause for a second, and he'd be like Savolti, because they always repeated the last name. And then I read this story, and I was like, and it was Bruno Sammartino bitching about this guy Joe Savolti, who blackballed him from like 3 of the federations, and I was like, oh my god, that's Jumpin' Joe Savolti! Oh my god, holy crap! So yeah, I met King Kong Bundy. He was probably the coolest wrestler I ever met in my life.
Right? I would love to meet him.
Wow.
Okay. The comment that Joseph put saying I'm lost in space is because I literally felt sometimes I'm lost in space at times.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you seem a little lost in space, but that's okay, man.
And it means is also because it's also reminiscing on an old TV program called Lost in Space, not the one.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
The best one was the original one, not the Netflix one.
No.
Yeah, no, that was the original. The original was awesome.
And
So it looks like I know they're playing these fake injury angles right now because they're trying to keep these guys off TV because they don't want to work a 3-month program with them. So that's why they got Edge and Randy Orton out with these fake injuries. But am I the only one who's disappointed that it's not AJ versus Edge at WrestleMania? Because that's really what it should be, right?
It should be.
Yeah.
AJ would have probably beaten Edge anytime.
AJ also out with a fake injury, to my knowledge. I don't think he's
Yeah.
really hurt anything.
No, a lot of these wrestlers. I'm just saying that
Come on.
this is all speculation about how some of these wrestlers literally are not there because they're all like probably injured. If they're really injured, they would have said something more about it because there's some superstars that recently passed away last year.
Yeah. Oh.
Like one of my favorite Lucha Libre stars was La Parca.
Yep.
Yeah.
That guy can do stunts like crazy because he knew how to pull it off.
Right. He was the chairman of the WCW, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
what
he
they
was.
used to call him because he
Yeah.
could come down with a chair.
Mhm.
Are you saying La Parca died?
Yeah. He died last year.
I
Wow.
did not know that. Did not know that.
He would. He.
I don't think it's true.
You know, it is true because he died because of an injury that someone gave to him.
Oh, he died in January.
Yeah. I think it was this year or last year. I can't remember. Because he was one of the most
So
famous-
the reason why I was saying I didn't think it was real is because like 5 times I've seen things saying La Parca died over the past 3 years. He's one of the people whose name always comes up and they say he died. So I'm reading about it now. He was born in 1966, and yes, it said that in December, fake death things came out over the internet again, and that's what I was thinking about. But it said that he actually did die on January 11th from complications from a move gone bad that he sustained on October 2019.
Mhm.
Alpaca was good, man. You're right. He was the dance around. He was the chairman. He was good. I enjoyed him.
Yep.
Because that guy's going to be missed even in the Lucha Libre because he was also on WCW.
Yeah.
He was still wrestling.
He was also
Yeah, he was wrestling in Mexico, I think.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's where he died. That's where he died. He literally had a lot of people follow him. A lot of people like him. And there's a lot of people who respected him. And you know, he didn't speak English at times. He mostly spoke Spanish at times because sometimes when you hear him speak, he was speaking to somebody in Spanish because that's where he's from. He had one of the best talents he ever had.
Yeah. Do you remember?
That's why he looked like it was a skeleton at times because that was his gimmick.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go by that one. Do you remember?
What?
God, what was his name? Give me a second. He was a little Asian guy. God, what was his name? Like in the late
Jerry?
90s, probably. Huh? No. Yeah. Who?
Tajiri?
That was amazing. That's amazing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking
The
about.
Japanese buzzsaw.
So, huh?
They used to call him the Japanese buzzsaw.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Tajiri.
To Jerry, thank you, Raven. That was amazing. You pulled that out of your ass because it could have been so many different people. To Jerry, when he first came to WWE for like the first 2 years, he would show up at this. He had a WWE paid his translator to travel on the road with him. He had a translator because he only spoke Japanese, and so nobody like.
He later on learned English as he gone.
He knew English. He knew English from the time he was hired. He knew English. He knew English just fine. But he had WWE pay for 2.5 years for his interpreter to be on the road with him. And
that was part of his, that's part of his shtick. That's
well, it was part of his shtick, but it was part of his shtick on TV. But it was his shtick. He ribbed everybody backstage for 2.5 years. Nobody knew he spoke English. So like
That's funny.
when you wanted to talk about your match with him, you would go talk through his interpreter and talk about the match. And his cover was blown one day. He was in the ring, and he slipped up. He pushed somebody in the ropes, and when he pushed him in the ropes to throw him off, to bounce him off the ropes, he leans in and says to the guy, "Duck clothesline, take super kick." And the guy like ducks the clothesline, takes the super kick, and when the match was over, that's when the story broke. You know, back in the locker room, was like, "This son of a bitch speaks fucking perfect English."
That's funny.
That was it. WWE told him, "We're not paying for your interpreter anymore."
Tajiri literally knew what to do. He played his character very well. It's like a lot of these
I
characters.
just saw him wrestle like 4 months ago. He wrestled
Right.
in Japan. I think it was Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's part of the New Japan Wrestling.
Yeah.
He's like in the background because a lot of these, like
He's
the
old.
There he is.
Warriors now.
Yeah.
Asuka and I can't think of her partner.
Zane.
Or
Kari Zane.
Zingara or something, whatever her name is.
Sin Cara.
Zingara, whatever her name is, I was just saying. They're playing their part.
Is that the fourth person who's played Sin Cara? Go ahead.
You know when she spits out, that's the same thing what Tajiri used to do. When
Oh, the mist.
that mist, that green mist.
Who does that come from?
That
Who's
came
the-
from the other guy who was also.
Come on,
The
I
other
know
guy.
you know who it is.
The other guy.
Who is it? Who originated the green mist? Well, he might not be the originator. I think he is, but even if he's not, he's the
I
person
think
who
he
made it
is.
famous. He's the one who made it famous. Oh man, no, it's back. Yeah, the Great Muda.
Great Muda.
Yeah, you had to go back. You were still you were thinking Tajiri times, but yes.
But no.
I was trying. I'm like, I know it
Muda-
starts with an M. I know it
Muda
does.
knew I literally knew how to spin it. But when she did it, it brings me back to the Great Muda, and he literally okay. She can play Asuka. Asuka and her are playing the back people now. They're doing good at their job. What they want to do, because everybody's starting hating those two girls because they're the tag team champions of the women's division, and if you kind of look further back, and I was telling people that they even had women's tag team champions before.
Joseph Grohl, I totally missed that comment. I'm sorry, and that was awesome. That was awesome. With
I
DDP
remember that.
Baka. Yeah. I think that's one of my favorite gimmicks. There's like things that they do in wrestling. You know, some people have certain things that they see, and it's like, oh, I love it when they pull that move, And I love it when they
DDP, yeah. I know.
when somebody dresses up.
Daniel
And
Ellis Page is one of the
like
funniest guys.
Like when Kurt Angle dressed up as the Conquistador and entered the Baron Corbin Battle Royal.
Do you remember when Dean Malenko played the pumpkin wrestler? He dressed up like a Mexican wrestler, and I think it was to get his title back from Chris Jericho.
It's in WCW.
Yeah, because Dean Malenko couldn't challenge him.
Yeah, I remember.
So he like dressed up. It was like a pumpkin outfit.
Oh, I missed that. I love that kind of stuff. I'll have to go look that matchup because that's the stuff I love.
And it went on for like weeks.
Swerve, yeah.
He wrestled like weeks in that gimmick, And then when he won the title, he took the mask off.
I think if you want to make you want to make a tag team fun, you want to make it, a fun tag team, wait till the next time, because it happens so often. So wait till the next time that the Usos turn heel and get them a pair of masks made and have them do the old Killer Bee gimmick where they roll under the ring and they help
Right? Where they swap out.
Because I was watching the other night and Jimmy and Jay physically look. One of them used to always wrestle without the shirt, and the other one wrestled with the shirt on because he wasn't as confident in his body. Well, they took some time off now, and they both lost some weight. They both look good. They both have exact.
I was fully expecting them to do the twin thing.
That they can now. They look so much alike.
Right.
Now.
When
They
I think it
go
was
with that.
Jimmy that got thrown out of and hit the barrier on his shoulder.
They are actually brothers. A lot of people.
Right, they're twins.
Yeah, they're actually twins, right? But like with Jumpin' Jim Brunzell and B. Brian Blair. Like B. Brian Blair was, Jumpin' Jim no, which one was it? Yeah, Jumpin' Jim was actually the thicker of the two. He was more barrel-chested and kind of, didn't have a big belly, but his barrel went straight down. B. Brian Blair was, it was kind of more like, he built like my dad. He was like a decent shaped guy, but, everyday guy or whatever. Both of them kind of were. But Jumpin' Jim Brunzell had a mullet. He had straight blonde hair, and B. Brian Blair had good curly reddish blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
And you could always see the hair sticking out of the back of the masks. So it never made any sense because they had two totally different physiques and they both had different hair hanging out the back of the mask. But it was such a great gimmick. It was so amazing. And they were faces. They were good guys and they were pulling off. It was one of my favorite things. I used to love it.
Yep.
I remember the machines. The machines were great too when they first came out. There was the big machine, the super machine, then the giant machine joined them when they barred Andre the Giant, so he became the giant machine. And then there was the Hogan machine, the Piper machine, like all these other people joined on. But yeah, Mr. America, remember that? Mm-hmm. When Hogan got fired or banned?
Yeah.
So he came back as Mr. America.
Yep, and he had the mustache over the mask.
It was all cut out, yeah.
Yeah.
When you lift up the
could see his hair. How long was it that Vince McMahon was like, I know you're Hulk Hogan?
Oh, the lie detector test they gave. Remember that one?
Yep.
Where he put him under a lie detector saying, I know you're Hulk Hogan. Admit it. And then he said, when the lie detector said, no, he's not lying. That made Vince more mad,
more money,
furious, but also made him more money because people like Hulk Hogan.
Right.
You got to think, right? So like they roll into wherever, Memphis, Tennessee, and back in the day, and they got all the trucks, and they got like 2 or 3 trucks full of merchandise, they used to ship huge shipping containers of merchandise to the cities they were going to be in. They would pick it up while they're in the city so they could constantly have the merch full as while they're on the road. And so you're going to throw 100 Hulk Hogan t-shirts up for the weekend when you're at Memphis and then 2 other places, right? And then over the weekend at $30 a pop, you're going to sell them all out.
Yep.
At least, right? You might even throw 200 out there. Whatever you put up, whatever you have designated for those cities, it's going to sell out. The Hogan merchandise always sold out.
Yep.
And if they put out everything they had in every city, they'd be halfway through the tour, they'd be sold out and piss people off. So it was always limited. They had so much allocated. They could have sold more, but they were pretty good at balancing their merch. So here you got, we'll say 500 Hogan t-shirts, right, for the 2 days you're in Memphis. Well, now you got Hogan playing Mr. America. Those Hogan t-shirts are still selling. Don't you bet your ass. Don't you ever think they're not. Those Hogan t-shirts are going to sell no matter what because people love Hogan. Now the Mr. America t-shirts are selling too. Now they're selling 400 Mr. America t-shirts and 500 Hogan t-shirts and 300 Mr. America fake shitty ass masks. Probably the cardboard ones with a string, and it's ridiculous. It's all money.
There's still the NWO. If people don't remember how the NWO came into inception, when Hogan turned heel.
Right. Because
I mean,
Hogan's a glutton, and he knew the NWO was going to be a mega powerhouse. They were going to draw ratings. They were going to start. He knew as soon as he found out what Bischoff wanted, because this is all Bischoff's baby. This had nothing to do with Nash, Hogan, nobody. Bischoff ripped the idea off from a Japanese federation. This was done 10 years earlier in a Japanese federation.
Yeah.
And or 8 years earlier. So all Bischoff did was rip off the idea of some fake invasion angle, because in Japan they went from like Japan All Pro to New Japan or whatever. So they made it look like these guys still work for the other company. That's the same thing that Bischoff did. And when Hogan saw how popular it was so fast, and he knew they were going to add a third guy, the third guy was supposed to be. Supposed to be Rick. No, it was supposed to be Rick. Was it supposed to be Sting?
Sting.
Sting, okay. That's right. Rude came later, yeah. So it was supposed to be Sting. And Hogan interjected, because this was going to be a huge thing. Sting was going to turn heel, but they were going to it was going to be this huge thing. And the reason why it was so bad was because Hogan was dead. Hogan would come to the ring. He didn't get the cheers he used to get, and he hated it. He hated it, and he couldn't stay happy anymore because the fans had turned on him. And
see, back then, a lot of people were saying that Hogan was part of the WWE or WWF at the time because
it had run its course. The whole Hulk Hogan gimmick, the train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, the red and yellow. The fans were sick of it. They've had it jammed up their ass for 15 years, and he knew it. And he was the one, because he had creative control, who stepped in and said, "No, Sting doesn't get this. I get it." And he took that third man spot. And then he told Eric Bischoff, we can turn this into something big. And Bischoff had the idea, and he told Bischoff, "You should be one of the next people that joins." Bischoff he wasn't signing up for this in the beginning. Hogan's the one who told him, we're going to make this into something. But the New World Order was a great idea. The New World Order went against everything that most people disagree with as far as marketing.
The one thing that I hated about the New World Order is, in the end, there were just too many of them.
Yeah.
It would have been better if they had just kept it as like 10.
When Scott Norton became part of the NWO, I knew it was over.
Yeah.
But you got. It's funny because.
Then you had Buff Backwell.
Right.
Then you had
Steiner.
The Steiner brother, Scott Steiner turning on his brother.
Yep.
Because Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner wanted to do this because they wanted to be separate, because they wanted to turn against each other, but some of the fans did not want them to turn. So when he literally did that to his own brother, people got really pissed.
Well, I mean, Rick Steiner was like, "Hey, let's break up the team so I can just like work my days out collecting a paycheck and putting the young guys over." And Scott's doubled in size in the past 3 months. He can't stop sticking needles in his ass, so we'll let him do his own thing.
That's the funniest thing. They had him on NWA.
Oh, I know, and he's got to wear the chest. He's got the chest piece on
because he doesn't.
He's so small. He's
I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like, it's an old Scott Steiner.
If you don't keep pumping steroids and you don't keep increasing how much you're pumping in,
it all turns to fat. Yeah.
It just turns to shit. It's atrophy. It dies. So yeah, he doesn't look. Yeah.
A lot of these stars have died over steroids too, because steroids were back then were way overused at times.
Vince McMahon was ordering them and handing them out in the locker room.
Yeah. Yeah, and and when all this steroids started coming out, saying these enhancement drugs were causing problems and people were winning too much, they started to put a ban on them. But when that happened, they started attacking WWF, and when WWF said, "We haven't been using No, they were lying. A lot
Right.
of
Back in
people
the day, Vince McMahon encouraged guys to use steroids because he wanted all the guys to be big and muscular.
Yeah. Did you ever see how Vince literally looked back then?
Right. He still looks like that today. The
Yeah.
man's freaking 80 years old and he still is jacked. You know he's freaking doing steroids. And there's still some guys today that do steroids.
They're
And
gonna-
the worst thing is you can tell when they stop because they lose 100 pounds.
Look at what's his name. He just got kicked out this past week for substance abuse. What's his name?
I know who you're
Andrade.
talking about.
Andrade.
Yeah.
Andrade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got suspended. I still think they should have made him lose his title if
Yeah.
he's going to be suspended for 30 days. I don't think they should get to keep their titles.
I don't know what he got suspended for.
I don't know if you guys like the new Intercontinental title. I think
I
that
love
looks like crap.
I love it. I think it looks great.
I think
really
it looks
do.
good.
Yeah, I'm more old school. To me, that's more an old school look. So
Yeah.
I think that
I'm
Well,
not,
I don't know what's going on with Andrade, but who knows? I just hope that him and Charlotte aren't partying too much, and that's why he failed. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know.
I mean, and that's my one problem. As much as I like Charlotte Flair, I think she is where she's at because of who she is.
Yeah, she hates
Like,
that.
she
talks
has-
about it all the time, but she
Right.
knows. Listen, at the end of the day, she knows that she's got to know that she has no, whether she wants to admit, she can say that she's made it her own way without her father's help all she wants, but she has no control over who helps her because of her father. So
Yeah.
when Vince McMahon gave her a job and pushed her to the fucking moon, half of that's because she's talented, but half of that's because he owes a debt of gratitude to Ric Flair for all
Yep.
these years. Ric Flair's probably paid for Titan Towers in Connecticut, you know?
Right. Yep.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, but I think she's a really good athlete, but
oh, yeah.
it just kills me that she's not where she's at because of her ability.
Yeah, and we were talking about the women's division earlier. It's tough because you have, your big three. Fuck Sasha, I don't even count her. Where the hell is she? Where was she at the Royal Rumble?
Mhm.
Right. Probably off
She
crying.
was making a rap album.
Probably off crying again, fucking complaining. I'm so sick of her bitching. I want her to
Yeah.
shut her fucking mouth and wrestle. She's such a fucking whiny bitch. She is a millennial in wrestling. It's too bad. But anyway, the big three right now that are carrying the women's division, have been for the past year or 2 years, are Becky, Charlotte, and what's her name there? Fucking Sweet Tits McGee, the hugger. The hell's her name?
Bailey.
Bailey. So the three of them are the ones that have really kind of. I mean, yeah, Sasha's been in and out, but those are when they weren't out with injury, those are the three that worked the hardest and really pulled that.
Yeah.
And Oscar.
I actually saw a report where a female wrestler got injured so bad that she's probably not going to come back because of her head hitting. I think one of the ring poles.
Who was that?
I can't think of her name, but she's like one of the most popular ones, I think.
You're not talking about Beth Phoenix.
I'm not sure who it was, but
Oh yeah, she fucked her head up pretty
She
good.
had a huge gash, and they said it was like I saw a interview with her. It was like right. It wasn't actually on her head. It was more on her neck. She said.
we hit it right about here. It's just like,
Right.
I mean,
But she's
Yeah, she's a
retired
meth.
anyway.
She
Like
was a
she's
meth
not a
addict.
regular wrestler. She does commentary on NXT.
She was a mess in that match. Jeez.
Right, the whole back of her head was all
Mhm.
blood.
yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah,
At least she didn't lose her life because
So-
those ring poles don't give.
Right.
so WWE really had just AJ Styles and a couple other crap wrestlers in the women's division. And then they pulled up these four from the NXT, and then AJ left. And then they brought up Paige as well. Paige was the first one to come up.
Yep.
And then AJ left, and the other 4 come up. But now you got Paige is gone, Sasha's in limbo, you got the other 3. And they keep the other 3 kind of like, now they're putting them on TV because WrestleMania's come, but you haven't seen those 3 hardly at all.
So
And the reason why is because they're trying to showcase other women to build up their value, So they do a good job of building people in NXT and then moving them over. They're not doing it fast enough with the women's division, in my opinion. Because really, you got Kairi Sane to come over, and she's tagging with Asuka, who was an amazing singles wrestler on her own. But other than that, what else do you have? Oh,
right.
You have
What kills me is like they don't use like Natalia. They really don't use her a lot.
Natalia, she's getting up in age.
She's only like in her 30s.
Yeah, but in a way, it's like she's like getting to where she's like not as wrestling as good as she was before.
I'm right back.
Like I said, one of the other favorite female wrestlers was the one that, like I said, now Alexa, but I can't think of her name, but Beth Phoenix was one of my other ones because she would look like you do not want to mess with her at a time because she could literally put a choke slam on you and literally put you out.
Mm-hmm.
And then because a lot of these good female wrestlers out there, as you said, there are women's divisions that should be promoted more based on the talent they got right now, and they're not doing that as much as because a lot of these women are engaged with some other wrestlers. Sometimes they end up getting pregnant. Half the women probably end up sleeping around with the other women or other men. All speculation on my part because I'm not saying that probably doesn't happen. It probably does more times.
Hello, Kenwood Griffin Jr. How are you? Thank you for stopping by. But that happened even before there was a women's roster.
Yeah. Shouldn't. Oh, God. Nitro Girls.
Right. There was always a woman around to sleep with a wrestler. But yeah, I mean, I just think there's some women that they're not using as much as they should be. They're not promoting or the way they should be. Like, you don't ever see Alicia Fox. She's not old.
No, she still looked good.
Right, but you don't see her. You never see. She wasn't even at the Royal Rumble.
Lita.
Right, Lita's retired. But as far as I know, Alicia Fox is still an active wrestler. They show her every now and then, but she wasn't at the Rumble.
No, a lot of these stars, a lot of these people have been. Even on that, you look at the WWE Network. Look at how many of the wrestlers still are inactive or still out there.
Yep. I mean, like they say that WWE has 200 active wrestlers. You don't see 200 you see maybe 40 between the two shows because you see the same people over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. They promote the mainstream guys, but they don't promote any of the other people. And that's men and women. I mean, and that's my biggest issue with them is they don't promote everybody. It's like Raw's a 3-hour show. There's no reason why they can't.
No. And they should be able to promote some of these. I'm looking at Billy Kay.
Right.
I have not seen her on television. I have not seen her anywhere, but they have her listed.
Yep, she was one of the women's tag team champions.
And then you got Charlotte Flair, who's on Raw. But then you got Carlia. I can't. CHAAR. I can't. You got to look up some of these.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a ton of women that are on their roster that they don't use at all.
Well, they also got this girl named JoJo, and I don't see her as much.
No, she was a ring announcer for a while on NXT. She tried wrestling, and didn't really make it as a wrestler, so they made her an announcer. And
Yeah.
she took over when the Spanish lady that announced, she used to sing the national anthem.
Oh, I can't think of it. I know who you're talking about.
Lillian Garcia.
Lillian.
So when Lillian Garcia left, JoJo took over for her, but it didn't last long. And then she was on NXT for a little while, but now you don't even see her on NXT anymore.
Then you got Maria, who was once on different programs.
Yeah, there's like a ton of people.
And then you got Panthea Royce. I don't know who she is.
No, I never even heard of her. The only thing I think is maybe she's a backstage announcer, like an interviewer.
Well, then you got Rhea Young. Apparently, she's left that program. Sarah Logan is another one.
Right, we've seen her. We saw her in 2 matches with Charlotte Flair.
Mm-hmm.
That was the most we saw of her. She used to be in the Riot Squad.
Yeah, and
then once the Riot Squad.
Then you got Ruby Riott,
and she just returned from a double shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the kitties. He's so cute.
And then
She.
Sorry.
Yeah. She's my talker. Okay.
She's like, I don't want to be on camera, Mama. That's how Thomas is.
I don't see Nia Jax ever.
Right. I don't know what's up with Nia Jax. I haven't seen her in forever. I don't know if
she's injured.
That's what I thought, that she was injured. I thought for sure she would be back at the Rumble, but we never saw her.
Then you still got the women's champion, which is the Raw one, Becky Lynch.
Yeah.
You know that she and Seth Rollins are engaged.
Yep. That's like Charlotte Flair and
Andrade
are engaged.
I don't know that they were engaged.
He proposed to her I think it was last weekend. I did one of the updates I did like that. I think it was a news update. I think it was last Sunday. He had proposed to her like that weekend. I think like that Friday night. And I noticed the last show she was on, she actually does, when she was on NXT, you could actually see a diamond on her hand.
Well, yeah, I heard that she's. Then you got on the SmackDown side, you got Alexa Bliss, then you got Bayley, Carmella, Dana Brooks, Eva Moon. You know who I'm talking about, Moon.
Yeah.
Ember Moon.
Ember Moon.
And there's Kayla Braxton,
Yeah.
Lacey Evans,
Nope, not my laptop. Nope.
and then you got Mandy Rose, Mickey Jane still. I don't know why they still keep her there.
Right? She hasn't been on in almost a year, I think.
Is she making porn again?
Yeah, then you got, I think that's Maurice.
Maurice.
Maurice. They still have her as an active wrestler?
Yeah,
Well,
that is Maurice's.
she's still under a superstar contract. That's why.
Yeah,
She's still filming the Miz and Maurice series, and
Yeah.
you know, they're still paying her. So
yeah.
um,
The wife of the Miz. Yeah, then
Right.
Mickey Jane. Then you got Naomi.
oh, Naomi.
Yeah, Naomi just came back.
Yeah,
Nikki Cross is another one.
I
I
like
love
Nikki
Nikki
Cross.
Cross.
Yeah.
She has a sadistic sometimes.
She is. She's fucking crazy.
And then you got Paige. Paige is like, she was the general manager of SmackDown, but now she's
Right.
now just like being
Right. I
paid.
think she does one of the non-wrestling programs, like the backstage or after the spell.
Sarah, I can't really pronounce her last name, but she's on there. Then you got Sasha, Soya.
Dog's cousin.
Yep.
Then you got Soya. And then
No.
you got
You talking about Sarah Logan?
No.
No, he said Sarah. He's going through the Raw and SmackDown women's rosters,
Mm-hmm.
and Sarah Logan was on the Raw roster.
Yeah, and there's another Sarah. It's Sarah
How do you spell the last name?
SCHREI.
Oh, Sarah Shirai.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that it? Is that the one?
Yes. You know.
Elo Shirai.
Then you got Soya Dan.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Viewed this.
And
That
then,
maybe
then
that's
you got Tamara
Oh, Tamina
or whatever.
Tamina Snuka.
Yeah.
Then you got what's her name? Buns of Steel. She's been out for a while. Nia Jax.
We were just talking about her.
Yeah.
Injured.
Sorry, I was saying goodnight to my wife and getting some cereal.
That's her.
There's also Mandy Rose. I forgot about her. She's like I think she's like with that other guy that can't think of his name. Just one of the machine that took a fancy to her.
Who?
Olsen or something.
Lisa.
Well, welcome back, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. Well, Lacey Evans, you can tell she was in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a Marine.
Hoorah.
And you have some of these guys. I don't know, Derek Maverick or something. Dosslegren, and then you got Dash Wonder,
Josh Wilder.
Dash Wilder with Daniel Bryan, Cesaro, Axel.
You know, poor fucking Cesaro. That guy's a beast.
Who?
Right?
And they just are like, oh, we don't have enough for you here. You can just be this stupid role.
That's what kills me. Is like,
He's talented.
Elias has been in WWE
Yeah.
for like 4 years. What did he get? His first fucking win ever against Cesaro this week. I'm like, seriously? That's who you have beat Cesaro was Elias? Elias loses
Yeah.
all the freaking time.
I mean, when was the last time Elias even wrestled? He usually just sings every week. Never
Yeah.
mind wrestles.
Stings, gets his ass whooped, and goes home.
Right.
It's a good paycheck.
Even when he was on NXT, he got his ass kicked every week.
Elias, the guy who plays the guitar.
Yeah, he beats
wants to
Cesaro on
work with
SmackDown.
Elias.
Yep, Walk with Elias. That's what WWE stands for.
And my son and I go, no.
Then you got Jeff Hardy. Still,
He's in jail.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, they still. I don't think they've actually.
convicted him yet.
I don't think they've convicted him yet. I think they're still going through
You got
court.
Still,
And the reason that WWE wants to release him but can't because technically he's on the injured reserve list,
yeah.
so they can't release him.
Nothing like a legal loophole.
Right.
Some of these guys I never. Well, John Morris I heard of. Then there's this asshole King Corbin.
Oh, King Corbin?
Yeah, I don't like him.
I don't like him either. I didn't even like him before he was king.
Yeah, I didn't like him when he was Prince Corbin.
I didn't even like him when he had hair.
Right.
Robert Roode is okay. He's
I
not,
laughed when King Corbin got fed dog food. That was the
Right?
best thing ever.
Yeah.
Ah, did you see what they did to him?
Yep. He deserved it. He did the same thing to Roman Reigns.
Paybacks are a bitch.
That was my
This movie-
thumbnail for that video. Was them posing around him covered with dog food.
So Robert Roode, you said Robert Roode's not bad. He's
No.
probably the only singles wrestler that has a worse record than Elias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. He always loses. Yep.
And
And that's kind of what kills
Right.
me. Is,
But you're still right. He's a good wrestler. That's why he always
Right.
loses. He's a good hand that can throw him in the ring with anybody.
I'm looking at
Right.
I'm looking at the NXT roster and I'm seeing there's Ali Taylor and then there's Lisa. I don't know who she is really. Then you got Beth Phoenix,
Yeah.
yep. She's
You
a
got-
commentator.
Blair. That's her last name. I can't really.
Yeah. It's
Bianca.
Bianca Belair.
Yeah.
She's the EST of NXT because she's the fastest.
Then you got Dakota Kai.
Dakota Kai.
Kai. I have really some of these people I've never heard of, and I haven't heard of her.
Really? You
Dakota
ever heard
Kai.
of Dakota Kai?
Dakota Kai's a wicked bitch.
Yeah, she is.
Well, I mean, I don't really like I said. I haven't.
She just
noticed it.
turned on her best friend at World of War or War Games. Turned on her best friend.
It was so awesome. Every 5 minutes they let somebody out of the cage. They let her out of the cage, turns around and kicks that bitch right in the face.
Yeah, and then starts slamming the door on her knee.
Diana, I can't really pronounce her last name.
Oh, that Deanna lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's one of the newer ones.
Is she the fitness model?
I
No.
think so.
No, she's the wrestler. Harusa. I'm screwing up on some of these names.
If you're talking about Eric from the Viking Raiders, yes, they got married. They got married last year.
Well, Finn Balor is
Sorry, Logan.
Finn Balor is now on NXT. He was on WWE.
Right, now he's back to NXT.
Northern.
And then Lo I can't really pronounce her last name.
Oh, Io Sarai.
Io Sarai.
And then Jasmine Duke.
Man, it's thesaurus to pronounce half the roster
know.
names.
And then you got Casey
Candelaro.
Candelaro.
See, and I wish they would push her more.
Some
Because
of
she
these-
seems like she would be a little spitfire.
Then you got Maria Shuffle. I can't even.
I
don't
think it's Maria Shafar.
Shafar, yeah, Maria Shafar. And then you got Mindy Yemi.
Oh, Mia Yim.
Mia Yim, yeah, Mia Yim. Then you got
Welcome back, Nora.
Then you got Ripley, who's the NXT
Mia
women.
Ripley. Yep.
I think she would be good in the regular roster too.
Yeah.
Who's the old former WWE women wrestler who's now in NWA?
Melina.
Melina, that's who it is. Yeah, but she looks horrible.
And then there's,
Yeah, she does.
I don't mean she looks horrible physically. We all get older and our bodies change, whatever. She looks horrible trying to wrestle. You know.
Yeah.
And if you're missing that much polish, shouldn't be on TV. That's all.
Nora, I was so thrown aback when he called out the Fiend. I was not expecting Goldberg to call out the Fiend. Even Joseph Grohl was wrong.
Goldberg's doing what he should be doing right now. He's doing what a lot of guys don't do. He's realized that he's got the bug and he's got the itch and he's still in good enough shape where he can go out and work a 30-second match.
Yep.
So he's doing what he should be doing.
mhm.
He's putting over the new generation. I would expect nothing but the Fiend to destroy him. I mean, he'll get some moves off, but he's going to jackhammer him 3 times and spear him 3 times, and the Fiend's going to sit back up, and eventually he's going to get the mandible claw, and he's going to come up.
I would expect the Fiend to beat Goldberg anyway because I think compared to the Fiend and Barry Weinbart, the guy who portrays him, his character should be pushed even if it's on SmackDown on Fox, but now you're hearing that they're trying to not promote him because he looks too scary for. Heck, how many people remember how the Undertaker looked?
Yep.
Oh,
Or
like shit.
Kane. Remember King?
It
How
was-
he scared some people.
Well, what about Mankind?
Yeah.
Mankind was freaking scary as shit when he ripped out his own hair and shit.
Sitting there talking to the rat in the basement by the furnace.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. That was screwed up.
But yeah, Nora, I fully expected him to either call out The Undertaker for a rematch or call out Matt Riddle because Matt Riddle has apparently called out Goldberg on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't think Matt Ritter would do anything.
Damn it, Nora. Knock it off.
Nora's scared you viewed this.
I know. I see that. So we were talking earlier about the guitar playing jackass. My favorite moment with that guy to date, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but like I've gone back and watched this video so many times. When he was playing at WrestleMania last year, I think it was, and that video started playing with Babe Ruth calling the shot and seeing it come out old school as the doctor.
Yeah,
like, that
as
was
the
one of
Dr.
the best things
Thuganomics.
I've seen in years in wrestling. It was I got goosebumps talking about it. I couldn't believe it. Me and my friends were all sitting there watching us, and we were all like, "Oh!"
I love when Cena does that.
How about this when you learn to say you're a dead man?
How much?
And
What?
where Elias said, anyone comes interrupting me again,
Oh,
you're a dead man.
and then what was it? The Undertaker came out?
Yes.
No.
And when people heard that dong,
All hell broke loose.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been there for it live. I was at the Centrum, not the Centrum. Where was I? I was down at I was in Florida. I was in St. Pete, and a friend of mine got tickets. He was a sports writer for the Braden Herald, and he got tickets, good seats. Called me up and gave me last minute. I took my kid. My kid was like 4, I think. So it's like 9 years ago, and the Undertaker was making a comeback. and he hadn't been around. It was right before WrestleMania. I think it was right after Royal Rumble, and we had no idea. I watch wrestling. I follow the dirt sheets, whatever. Had no idea. And we were at the show, and it was like toward the end for the main event, and the main event was happening, and then like all of a sudden it's over. There's a big fight, and then the whole place goes dark, and the bells start tolling.
Oh my God.
The place fucking erupts, you know. And
I would lose my
he
shit.
comes to the top of the thing, and the lightning bolts strike down, and there he is, and he walks down to the ring, and he's still in good shape, decent. He still can move back then. He still got the long hair. He looked great. He got in the ring, and I don't know, I can't remember what the whole thing was, but he beat up like 6 freaking dudes or whatever, you know, because he beat up the guys he's supposed to beat up, and the other guys were like, hey, thanks, you know, and he's like, yeah, beat them up, whatever. Undertaker shit. And taking care of Undertaker business, you know. It's like Horseman business, but it's Undertaker business. Anyway, that was amazing. And we got home, and I was so excited because I set the DVR to record, because I usually recorded it anyway, but if I was watching it live, I'd just stop the recording. So I was all excited. I got home. When the match ended, it went off air. He didn't show up.
Oh my God.
He didn't show up on TV for like 3 more fucking weeks. They just kept having him show up after the show went off the air every week.
On the house shows.
And giving the live crowd after Raw that tease, but he wasn't actually showing up on 3 weeks later. They finally did the same ending, but it was, you know.
Oh my God.
It was crazy. It was so awesome.
Disappointing.
Like that. I mean, you hear something like that, and you're like, we're there, and you saw it, and then you go back home, and you think it's going to be, oh, I can't wait to see it again.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was rough.
And you thought, you're pounding on the table for no reason.
I didn't understand when I was a kid. I was watching, when I was a kid, the, Demolition, I think, had the tag team titles.
Oh.
And we went to a show. It was just a regular house show. Not that they weren't recording anything, you know. And it was at the Centrum in Worcester. And we went there, and at that show, the Hart Foundation beat Demolition. And Demolition was untouchable for the good portion of the time they were in WWE. They only had like a 2.5 or 3 year run. Everybody thinks they were there forever. They just made such an impact. They didn't realize they were only there for 3 years. But they lost the titles, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God. Like they, you know, and I kept watching wrestling every week. Every week I kept telling my friends, they're going to lose the titles. They're going to lose the titles. Because I thought, because we were watching like the Saturday morning show, you know, and I kept thinking that it was going to happen. This was before Raw. Raw wasn't even on. It never happened. It never happened. And I ended up finding out years later that what they used to do when they'd be on tour is they would take like the tag team belts of the Intercontinental belt, and they would like one night, Tito Santana would lose the Intercontinental belt, and he'd win it back the next night, and he'd lose it the next night, and they'd go back and forth. But as long as at the end of the tour, Tito still had the belt.
The right person had the belt.
Yeah, they didn't care how many times it switched hands on tour. It never made it to TV. You know, they were just doing it for the local crowd. Because if the biggest name you could get on the show was, you know, I don't know, Don Morocco and Tito Santana in the main event, because Hogan wasn't out touring on the road back then. Neither was Warrior, any of those guys. Shawn Michaels wasn't even a star yet. He was just some douchebag in a tag team, you know. But so that's what they did. They would do something like that to send everybody home happy, because you got to see something incredible. And then you went to school next day and you looked like a complete fucking idiot when you told your friends, like, no, you're wrong, you're stupid. You know? And for 3 months, you're like, just watch, I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And then they lose.
I saw it.
5 months later, they lose in WrestleMania. And your friend's like, so when the fuck were they supposed to lose these belts to the Hart Foundation? Back in November. But yeah, my dad almost got in a fight with Bad News Brown at that show.
Oh, he was such a jerk.
He was in the ring. Bad News Brown. We had good seats, and Bad News Brown was in the ring. My father's screaming at him. He had come down the ring, and I don't remember who he was fighting, but he's in the ring waiting. I think he was, I don't know, whoever it was. I think he was fighting like Duke the Dumpster Drozy or somebody, but maybe before him. But anyways, he's in the ring, and my dad's yelling at him, "You suck, you suck." My dad, of course, you know, the ultimate asshole racist. He's, he's yelling at him, quit wrestling, I'm back on welfare, you loser. Like, okay, thanks, Dad. I mean, that's as far as it went. He didn't do anything worse than that, but still, and like, you can see Bendis Brown, all of a sudden he comes down, he gets up to the barricade, and he's like, come here, man, you want to wrestle? Come on, get your ass in the ring, let's go. You want to wrestle? My dad's like, I'll whoop your ass, meet me outside afterwards, I'll fight you. He's like, you're not so bad. He's like, it's all fake anyways. And then Bendis Brown like started coming over the railing, and like, I'll show you how fake it is. I was like, oh, great. This is awesome. My dad's high as a kite trying to fight Bendis Brown. Okay.
So, did anybody watch NXT?
No.
I didn't.
I saw the highlights.
There was one part where the Undisputed Era was fighting Riddler.
Is this the end of the show?
It was like it was like when they first started getting into the Rumble, when what's his face came out and said they were going to have a match.
Oh.
Somebody apparently got into a fight with a fan.
Oh.
And the camera kind of just caught the end of it.
Ruh-roh.
They were like pulling them apart.
Huh. That was NXT or AEW?
NXT.
Because it happened on AEW this week too. There was a fan that jumped.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, some fan jumped over. You could barely see it off the edge of the screen. I forget the guy's name that broke it up, or that was fight that like grabbed the fan and just stuffed him.
Yeah, they were like wrestling, and they kind of, how their barricades don't fully connect on NXT, so they kind of fell into that opening, and then they kind of spanned the camera, and one of the wrestlers was on top of a fan, apparently.
Jeez.
Was it MJF or was it the other guy, the big guy who never wrestles? He hangs out with MJF.
What the hell's his name? Turnoff or something like that?
I can't remember. He's in the beginning.
Waldorf. Is that his name, Waldorf?
No, it's not. It's something like that. It's Warlow. There you go.
Warlow, yeah.
Warlow. Yes, thank you, Seth. That's what it is. He's if you watch the Joe Cronin show. In the beginning of the Joe Cronin show, there's a clip of Warlow, and he's like, I'm Warlow from AEW, and you're watching the Joe Cronin show. So I see the guy like every week, 3 times a week. So I watch Joe Cronin all the time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he was the one who kind of like grabbed the guy and kind of put him down, I guess, for security to grab him or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I just wanted to see if anybody, because they really didn't show it on the show. They, like I said, they just kind of showed them pulling them apart.
Mm-hmm.
And like the commentators were like, apparently even the fans are getting involved, and they just dropped it. Bless you, Dreams. You sound like me. Thomas comes up here, and I end up sneezing and getting stuffy for the rest of the night.
My husband is a dishwasher in a restaurant, in a casino, in the mountains here. And he brings home all kinds of little colds that everybody brings to work.
Yeah, with me, it's just pretty much my allergies.
Well, I'm not surprised that the NWO has now gotten into the Hall of Fame.
Aren't they going this year?
Yeah, they're supposed to be going this year.
Yeah.
And the big debate is whether or not Razor Ramon will be in it. Will be in the group. Because they're saying that he wasn't in the picture. And they're saying that they may not include him because of his past drug abuse.
What?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yep.
I think they should include him because he needs to be a part of it too.
Well, and that's what I said. I'm like, he was one of the founding fathers of the NWO. How could you not include him?
Right.
Well, I know the Ultimate Warriors. A lot of people are saying that. Well, why the heck? There's one guy they'll never put on the in the Hall of Fame.
Keith
Yeah.
Lee.
Who? Keith Lee?
I yelled out Keith Lee.
Not that guy.
Oh.
I'm talking about the one that killed his wife and his.
Chris
Chris
Benoit.
Benoit.
His
Be
son.
right back.
Well, his son might wrestle. His son wants to wrestle or something, but then like, I don't know. It's weird. Like,
And the only person that we ever have in the Hall of Fame is our president.
yeah. Yep. The Donald makes it in.
The great orange one.
Yep. He is great.
And then you got Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator,
The Terminator. Yep.
which is probably known more as that. Then you got Bob
Bob Uecker.
Uecker.
Mr. Baseball.
Yeah.
Is he dead? He died?
No, I think he's still around. Let's see who
I
is
gotta
it?
look him up now. Bob Uecker. What the hell is he doing these days?
Then you got what was the guy? That always gets into trouble with Kane.
Oh, Pete Rose.
Yes.
They're trying to get him in the Hall of Fame right now again.
Oh no, they already got him in the.
Yeah.
They got him in the WWE Hall of Fame,
Right, but not.
not the Baseball Hall of Fame.
No, right, exactly. So they're trying again. They're trying again. Bob Uecker is 86 years old, and he's still alive. He was born 1934.
Then you got the Honky Tonk Man.
The honky tonk man. I'm cool. I'm cocky. I'm bad.
Kind of trying to be an impersonator of Elvis.
I loved the honky tonk man when I was a kid. He was great.
A lot of people liked him, and they also like to hate him because he came out cocky and arrogant.
And he was cocky. He was cocky backstage too. He always tried to negotiate the BBD for himself more so than anybody. Like he was always trying to get the bigger, better deal, you know.
Well, they still got Razor Ramon as the.
And his time was short-lived for reasons it didn't have to be. You know, first of all, his cousin was a big part of the company, and him and his cousin didn't get along at the time. He hated his cousin, and so that was a part of it. You know, and when you go into a company and you know one of your family members that you hate and despise and don't talk to is one of the big members of the company, that's very, very tough. You know, you add to that the fact that you know he was trying to be one of those guys who kind of dictated what he did. So, you know, it was, oh, well, I want to do this, I want to do that, and then I'm going to do this and this and this. And it was, you know, like, hey, Vince, let's go. I'll wrestle 8 house shows out of the next 12, but I want to go over, you know, like in a squash and not make it a competitive match. And so when Vince started, like, making his matches more competitive and started, like, letting him know that he's not invincible and that eventually he's going to put somebody over on him, Honky got kind of paranoid, I think, and I don't really know, like, or maybe it wasn't paranoid, maybe he was legitimate, like maybe he had legitimate reasons to be concerned, but it caused strain between him and Vince, and eventually, you know, it fell apart. But
Did you know that him and Jerry Lawler were cousins?
yeah, that's what I was talking about. His cousin that worked for the company. Yeah, him and Jerry Lawler didn't get along.
Jerry Lawler actually said it on live TV. I was surprised.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, the other night he was like, because I think they were talking about relatives getting along in the ring, and he was like, "No, Honky Tonk Man's my cousin. You didn't see us always working together."
Yeah. You know, Randy Savage never on TV got to wrestle his brother, and I thought that would have been kind of cool to see them two wrestle, Randy and Lanny. But,
Awful. Yep.
yeah.
Thank you,
Luna.
Miss Twin Flame of the Round Table.
How many people remember Luna?
I
course.
remember Luna. I liked Luna. She was a crazy psycho bitch, but I
liked Luna's dad before I even knew who the hell she was.
right?
Her dad, Mad Dog Vachon, I used to love him. He was
It's
awesome.
funny because all the fairs around here, he still goes to the fairs to sign to
I know you're
autograph
still
books.
alive.
Yeah,
She's gone.
Yeah, I knew
she's gone. Yeah, because it's funny because I remember seeing the last fair we went to. I so wanted to go to the table, and Jimmy was like, "No." I'm like, "But it's Mad Dog Vachon." I'm like, "You have no idea."
Isn't there a documentary about the past women of wrestling on Netflix?
I
Yes.
think so. Yeah.
I'm watching. I'm waiting. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. I'm waiting for myself to stop waving back at myself from Jimmy's computer. There it is.
George the Animal Steel is
What's that?
George the Animal Steel was one of the wrestlers I like because
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
he
could,
was my favorite when I was little.
even though he never talked, he literally knew how to play his character.
Yeah.
He just passed away
Yeah.
a couple years ago, and if you go on the WWE Network, somewhere on there's like this show that it's like a documentary they did with him,
Mhm.
and where they kind of they get talking. They talk to some of his old students because he was a
He was a college professor or a
Mhm.
high
He was
school.
he was a high school teacher, and then he went on and he taught some college classes. He wasn't a professor, but I always thought he was growing up. But I learned from this documentary that he was a high school teacher, and he was a coach. And then he did go on later on. And he did some college. He did do some college class where he just taught a few classes or whatever. But the gym at the high school where he taught is named after him. I forget his real name, but it's something totally different. It's like Gary Strauss or something like that, And it's funny because
Do you have Ninja Turtle pajama pants on?
you bet your ass I do. Yeah. He'd go on like the weekend or whatever, and like he was on WrestleMania, and then he went to school, and the kids were like, "Was that you on WrestleMania?" And he was like, "No." Because on TV he didn't talk.
Right.
And he was, but he obviously was a teacher and a coach. And
Well, see,
I remember when I was little,
yeah.
I used to get so mad at my father because my father would tell me he's not like that in real life. He's really smart and he's a teacher. And I'm like, no, he's not. He can't even talk.
Yeah. My grandfather was the same way. I started watching wrestling. I started watching wrestling at my grandfather's. My grandparents lived across the street from me. Lived on a dead-end street, bottom of a hill. And my grandfather would come over the house, and it was usually me. Sometimes my younger brother Kevin would go over with us or whatever, but he'd come over around 11:15 on a Saturday night, and he'd pick whoever wanted to go, whoever was up waiting. My parents made us go to bed at 8, and they'd wake us up at like 10:30, and then because my mom wanted us to get to sleep. And then my grandfather would walk across the street and get us. We'd walk over to his house, and then my grandmother would always have their big bed. They had a big bed, and she'd always have it all set up with lots of pillows for us all to sit across the top of the bed, and we would watch 2 hours of wrestling. And it was always either AWA, NWA, or Georgia Championship Wrestling or ICW. One of those four.
Yeah.
Was on in the 11 to
midnight.
The 11 to midnight slot, and then the midnight to 1 a.m. slot was always WCCW, World Class Championship Wrestling out of Texas. So the Von Erichs were, that's where the Fabulous Freebirds were, Michael Hayes and all those guys. And we'd watch that, and that always ended. It seemed like every week that ended with a black and white screen with a big censored thing blinking on the screen because somebody was getting bloodied up in the ring, And then my grandfather would walk us to the front door and watch us walk across the street at 1 a.m. back to our house. And every week, that's how I kept in touch with wrestling,
Yep.
And I really only knew WCCW because the other ones would rotate so much. But I saw like Georgia Championship Wrestling. I watched the Junkyard Dog and some of those guys. So when they came in WWE, I knew who they were. My friends were like, "Oh, who's this guy?" I'm like, "Oh, it's Junkyard Dog." Like I knew who they were because I watched this with my grandfather. WrestleMania came out, and I had never seen WWF before. I was watching wrestling way before I ever discovered what WWF was. And then my grandfather said, "Oh, yeah, this other federation that we don't get to see just had this big, big event, and we should watch it, So as soon as it came out on VHS, we rented it and we watched it, and that was it. I fell in love. Like, so different, such bigger
Yeah.
production value. And I was a kid, but I was just like, wow, like that's exactly what they were shooting for. A kid would
Well-
watch it and would just.
The very first WrestleMania was done in Madison Square Garden.
Mhm.
Yep. That's
Yep.
why they go back I think it's every 10 years.
Yeah.
They go back to Madison Square Garden.
What was the first match?
Yep.
Do you remember?
Um,
First ever match?
oh,
I think
shit.
that was Andre versus
Hulk.
No, that would have been the main event.
That was the second event, or no, the main event. They said that
The main event of WrestleMania 1 was Hogan with Mr. T in his corner against Piper with Orton in his corner.
okay,
Right.
yeah,
That
the
was the main event.
Oh no, that's an epic.
The first match of the night, I forget. Did he fight George Wells? I forget, but I believe it was Tito Santana was the first match of the night. I forget who he fought. It was insignificant, and then the second match of the night was SD Special Delivery Jones against King Kong Bundy, and Bundy beat him in like 8 seconds. setting
Right.
a
I
record.
remember that.
how many remember the Bushwhackers?
Oh, yeah. Lisa from the round table actually got licked by one of them at a live event. Yep. She was telling me that one night.
I got some friends that have wrestled against the Bushwhackers.
Really?
And when they do independent shows, they don't anymore, obviously, but this is like 10, 15 years ago when they were kind of, running their career on the independent scene. They're known for grabbing the young guys when they got them like on the mat. If they can sneak a hand in, they'll grab them by the nuts. And they do it just to make them feel uncomfortable, watch them squirm. They'll reach down and grab them by the balls, and they go, like, "What the hell?" And they laugh. "Oh, it's all right, mate. We're not gay. It's all right. Just having a tickle with you." That's what they would tell them. "We're having a tickle with you." But yeah, my buddy was like, I was wrestling, and I was wrestling against Butch, and all of a sudden he reached
Did
down,
you grab my balls?
grabbed him by the nuts, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just having a tickle with you, mate. It's all right. Just bust your balls. We're ribbing you."
Did
But that's
you
how they.
grab my balls?
Yeah, that's how they made the young guys feel uncomfortable. They would screw with them, So,
Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. My son is in the room. His name is Seth.
Hello, Issa.
No,
Hello,
no.
Thomas. You're back?
McConnell is my son.
Like I said, Mr. Fuji was one of the most hated guys, but he was a hell of a manager.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like-
Mr. Fuji was he was the ultimate sinister manager. He's probably the last. I mean, if you think back, he might be the last like real. I haven't seen anybody throw fire in someone's face since Fuji. I haven't seen anyone throw salt
Right.
in someone's eyes since Fuji.
No.
All that kind of stuff. Hitting him with the cane or spraying something out of the. He always had something up his sleeve.
Yep.
Fuji was a good wrestler back in the day too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know who was who I really enjoy watching old matches of is Gorilla Monsoon.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
epic.
Yep. Yeah, I'm an old soul. I love that old stuff, But it's so funny. There's a video out there. Do you remember in WrestleMania? WrestleMania 3, Hogan wrestled Andre, and they made the big deal about how
You body slammed him.
Andre's never lost, and Andre's never been body slammed. And, I mean, talk about really putting Hogan over. A guy who's allegedly has been in the business for 25 years, never lost a singles match, and has never been body slammed. And Hogan does both. He body slams him and pins him. And everybody, we all ate it up. We all thought it was true.
Yep.
And we didn't know that for the past 25 years, Andre the Giant's been wrestling around the ring, getting body slammed every match he goes into.
Right.
That was like, there was so many guys. There's a compilation video out there, Doris, that's like, I don't know. It's like 100 people body slamming Andre the Giant, and these are all matches before he fought Hogan. Like, so it's like because it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't he still won the matches. It just wasn't a big thing. But WWF would lie to the fans because we didn't have internet back then. We had no way to look stuff up. We had no way to fact check.
And kayfabe was alive back then.
Kayfabe was alive.
People believed it.
Yep. Oh, I remember. Do you remember how? I don't know. if you remember hearing about this story or not, but I remember I was shattered, absolutely shattered as a kid when I found out that the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got pulled over and busted for having pot and cocaine in the car. I was
Yep.
shattered because I was like, why would Hacksaw Jim Duggan ride with the
Be
Iron?
with the Iron Sheik. They're like mortal enemies.
Didn't care that there was drugs in the car. Didn't care that there was coke in the car. You know, it's like,
See,
oh my gosh.
the thing is that they were friends outside the arena. Inside, you see all the.
Good morning, Nick Jones.
Yeah.
Right, but back in the day, you didn't know that when you were a little kid.
It's like I mean, if you want to look modern day, that's like Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. You know, Tommaso has almost murdered that guy like what 5 times now.
Yep.
You know, just doing stupid shit to him.
And now they're friends again.
Yeah, but they've been best friends all along. And that
Yeah.
was the whole thing. Like, people that are best friends behind the scenes are the guys that put on the best matches because they'll go out there and
Yeah.
murder each other.
How
Like,
many of you remember a guy named Sergeant Slaughter?
of course.
Oh, God, yeah.
He was just on TV this week.
I was going to say, I actually played that clip so long of him
That's
because I thought it was funny because the little kid next to him was staring at him like, who the fuck is this guy?
didn't see-
It was
I didn't-
hilarious.
I didn't see the show, Doris. I know he was on the show because I watched your show. Yeah.
Well,
Sergeant
believe it or not, that's the character he played. He was never in the military,
Right.
but he played a good character that a lot of people today think that he was in the military. He would never served.
Yeah, everybody says that what's his name was in the military too, but he wasn't. Mr. Rogers. He wasn't in the military either.
So
But
what
everybody
do you
says he
guys
was.
think about Lana?
Lana?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I've never liked Lana. Anyways, Lana's she's a former Florida stripper. She lived down in Florida and was a stripper when I lived down there.
Really?
Oh yeah, she's a Florida girl. She got hired because she knew somebody or whatever. I think she originally got her foot in the door because she was friends with Brooke Hogan, I think, or something. But the whole fake Russian accent, I always thought it was kind of crappy, and she did a great of a job with it. I can definitely I look at her and I imagine, and it has nothing to do with current storylines or nothing. I look at her and I imagine like that woman's out to get whatever she can off somebody else. You know what I mean? I've always felt that way, and it has nothing to do with, because if anybody thinks like, oh, Tony's falling for the wrestling angle, and that has nothing to do with that.
Right.
Because if that was the case, I would have hated her and Rusev. I've liked Rusev from day one. I think that guy's great. Even back before the whole Rusev Day thing and everything, just when he'd come out and he'd yell, Machka,
Yeah.
what does Machka mean? Attack or whatever the hell it means. But I thought he was great, but I've always thought she's a piece of trash. Always
Yeah.
have. Yeah, I thought she was garbage. Rusev's banned from TV right now for some stupid reason. What did he do?
I have no idea.
I heard he was banned for something. Let's see if I can find it.
Well, no, actually, they said that he's not allowed 50 feet of.
Well, no, but I'm talking about actually banned from TV for something
Yeah.
stupid he did, not an angle. That's an angle, But and another person I have got, just like I've never been a Bobby Lashley fan when he was there before. Now I've never found value in Bobby Lashley. You know what I mean? Yeah, guy looks amazing. He's got a great physique. I don't think he does good mic work. I think his wrestling's okay. I just don't find value, Like I find value in a guy like Drew McIntyre has got a lot of value. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm surprised with this person, Mojo Riley.
Mojo Rawley, no value. Zero.
All I can see is that it's just a contract dispute, and they're saying that neither party has released exactly what the dispute is about.
That's what it is. It's a contract dispute, and they're not putting him on TV until he settles that contract
Right.
dispute. So the whole angle is on hold And they say the weird thing is that his wife just signed, because she's still his real life wife. Obviously, they're still together.
Yeah.
She just signed a. I don't know how he could be. I don't know. Like I couldn't. I know it's wrestling. I know it's fake. And I know it's all acting. But I couldn't stand there and watch my wife
No.
stick tongue in Bobby Lashley's mouth. That's disgusting. I just in any man's mouth, it just grosses me out.
Well, the funny thing is, since he's been gone, they really haven't been showing the two of them together.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I read that the whole thing's on hold, the whole gimmick, because they're waiting on him.
Yeah.
And she just re-signed a long-term deal. So if he
Which I
doesn't
don't get,
resign,
because it's not like she has any talent
all right,
as a wrestler.
if he doesn't resign, what do they have? They got, pardon me, now they got Lana on their hands. So either they got to train better, or what I would do with her is, I would just be like, here, you're gonna. I'm sorry, but until she gets better, or whatever, I would just stick her in the ring and put her in as squash material. Or elevate Carmella a little more and stuff like that. Carmella grew up 2 towns away from me. I live in a little town called Brookfield. She grew up in Spencer, Massachusetts, and it's kind of funny when I found that out. She was when she was going to win the women's championship. They did an article in the Spencer New Leader newspaper. Spencer native going for women's heavyweight championship, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, holy crap, Carmella's from Spencer. I had no idea, but yeah, kind of neat.
Yeah.
Either way,
One of the times I've seen some of these wrestlers tend to go out after people for no reason at times. Like Corbin, King Corbin literally poured water on one of the fans or something.
He's not a fan though; he's a plant.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually when something like that happens, it's somebody the company plants.
That's right.
Or it's prearranged with the fan, if it is a fan.
Right. They're like, hey, we'll give you free tickets next time we come around.
Exactly.
And we'll give you, any 10 T-shirts you want, and you can come
Or
backstage.
we'll upgrade your seat from the nosebleed section to the first row.
And you can go backstage and see what a real dick Corbin is off camera.
Yeah.
And hang out for 10 minutes to get as many autographs as you can when people walk by, And they do stuff like that. It's just like if fans get hurt, Fans get hurt, they'll bring them backstage because they don't want them to sue them.
Yep.
No, they don't. They don't want a lot.
So they'll send you home with a box of DVDs and T-shirts, and you bet your ass.
You meet your favorite wrestler.
Yeah, back in the day, Stone Cold Steve Austin be signing your ass cheek with a Shappy, so he can still collect his paycheck because they don't want you to sue him, But
And see, the thing is, when you see that, you kind of know it's all been pre-planned, and it's like, okay, well, you're gonna get water poured on you. So what?
So let me ask you this. I'm just trying to test your knowledge a little. You probably know this. So you remember Stone Cold Steve Austin, right?
Yeah.
He was just Steve Austin. He was Stunning Steve, whatever.
Mm.
He had blonde hair,
He was selected to be the $1 million champion.
That's correct. Why did they turn him into the ringmaster is what I'm asking. Do you know why? Why they asked him to shave his head?
Well, they wanted him to do something like that. They wanted him to have a different type of attitude.
Right. But the reason why is because Steve Austin came up with the gimmick of Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was going to call it something else, like Ice Veins Steve Austin, something stupid. But, and he presented that idea to Eric Bischoff. And Eric Bischoff said, Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks for me. Hell yeah, Haystacks Calhoun. Sorry, I just noticed that. I'm talking about Big Daddy V. Anyway, he went to Eric Bischoff and said, hey, here's the idea. I'll be kind of a tweener. I'll be a good guy and a bad guy. Basically, he gave him the whole Stone Cold pitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Eric Bischoff said, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No one's going to buy that a regular built guy like you, just because he has a bald head and a goatee, with plain black trunks and plain black black boots is never going to get over. So he went to Vince McMahon and told Vince McMahon that. Vince McMahon said, well, fuck it, you're going to be the ringmaster, you know. And then they eventually dropped the ringmaster gimmick and actually went with Steve Austin's own idea, which was Stone Cold Steve Austin. And then he gave his famous promo when he was on the map. So then what happened was he told that story on podcasts and everything else about how Eric Bischoff inadvertently created the guy who was single-handedly taking him down in the Monday Night Wars. Stone Cold Steve Austin was winning the war for him. And that's when Bischoff said, I need a bald guy with a goatee with black trunks and black boots.
And he came out with Goldberg.
And that's where Goldberg came from. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, crazy, huh?
Yep.
See, Goldberg wanted to be. A lot of people think that Goldberg was just a gimmick. He didn't know how to wrestle, but he was doing what he was paid to do.
Right, but he didn't know how to wrestle.
Yeah, at first.
When he first started, he didn't know how to wrestle. William Regal made him look like a fool in a match.
Yep.
Because William Regal used actual wrestling moves, and Bill Goldberg had no idea what to do.
Well, originally Goldberg was a football player, but
right.
A lot of guys are a football player first.
Yeah. But the very first time I saw Goldberg and he battled William Regal tore him up.
Right, because William Regal actually wrestled, and Bill Goldberg had no clue.
It's true. Very true.
Because William Regal was pissed that they wanted him to lose to Bill Goldberg. And he said, if I'm going to lose, then I'm going to freaking make a showing of it. And used, like, old school wrestling moves on Bill Goldberg.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I got to get off here. I got to get my kids up.
I was going to say, I was actually thinking about ending it. It's been 5 hours.
I got to get my kids 5 hours. I got to be up to get my kids up.
Where you guys go, this is my hubby having me, my new friend.
Hi,
Bye.
Later.
Just
Getting out of work.
My sister Donna, thank you for stopping by. Thank you, everyone else, for coming by.
Thanks for having me, Doris.
Thank you for coming.
My
I
pleasure.
appreciate all you guys hanging out and talking.
Let me come outdoors too.
Had fun. Thank you
I'm
for.
glad you had fun.
Thank you for.
Hopefully, I'll be able to do this more often.
You
'cause I'll
will.
be out of work for the next 8 weeks. So
Ooh, ouch.
yeah, I'm having surgery on Tuesday, so
Ooh,
I'll
God.
have all kinds of YouTube time.
There you go. Well, good luck with that if I don't talk to you until then.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I'll definitely be looking forward to hanging out again. Tell Jimmy we say goodnight, and I'll catch you
I
guys
will.
later.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Peace.
Later, guys.
Bye. Peace out, peepers. Thank you for coming. Love you all.